like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I was still coming down.
At some point, how long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
oh, I don't, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance.
Okay, Johnny,
and
see you
one of
later.
The EMTs.
Good morning,
asked me for her
everybody.
phone, so I handed that over, and I said,
together.
the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with
Hi,
medical
girls.
personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back.
And the
just a
ladies have left the building.
moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked
An
up,
officer.
were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat
think
on?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway
Good
back to Brockton.
afternoon.
We're going back roads, which is a much
Louise.
longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point on the dashboard. He
Sorry,
said,
guys. I'm
I
having.
left him at a
Sorry, guys. I'm
party.
having
And
issues
Mrs.
with
O'Keefe
my
said, and you
StreamYard
just
this
left
morning.
him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
I might have
Let
to
me ask you a
back it
question.
up
When
and
the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
just
Was the question,
reboot my
follow-up
computer.
question never asked?
no,
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
not in the car. But when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefe to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons. There wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take him into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
So yeah, they're going to have a quick sidebar. Sorry, I'm experiencing technical difficulties on my end. My StreamYard is completely turning off and then coming back on, but I'm monitoring it on my phone, and it seems to be uninterrupted. But it's going to drive me nuts. But we'll just see how this sidebar goes, and then so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Morning Mayhem Show. We are on day 2 of the Karen retrial. This witness, we did not. I'm on the Karen Reed defense team. They did not cross-examine her. They just let her give her testimony, and then she was not cross-examined.
With the court's permission, may I approach? Ms.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm trying to catch up with what's going on. Busy morning, busy night.
Yeah.
Recognize
Yes, I do.
that how John looked.
Yes, he did.
I'd ask that the camera not on that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
I feel like this is just trial theater, getting her to get emotional. I mean, which is okay. I mean, it's all legal. I did catch some of Emily D. Baker's coverage yesterday after my tattoo, and
May I approach around?
Yes.
she's amazing. She had 36,000 people. You know how like right now I have 18 people? She had 36,000 people. I mean, she's been doing it a long time. Please do not go over there.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your
I'll
friend
answer
John,
that in
what
a
did you
second,
do?
Louise.
After the hospital.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house?
This is
in
the
Meadows?
Karen Reed trial.
Did you go in and
John,
visit
not
them?
the
Yes,
suitcase
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just
case.
died and I wanted to be with the family.
Thank you, Galen.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
Aw.
When you were there
Hey,
the next
Bo,
day,
Bo,
how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night,
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes,
How often?
very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes,
regularly?
yes,
And so things changed
yes,
after that moment.
yes,
Did you start
Her
to
name is
see her in
Carrie
person?
Roberts.
yes,
Spend time with her?
yes.
Hey, Nicole.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Assisting.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes,
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
yes,
Friends?
yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes,
But she wasn't before
When you were at the
that
scene,
day.
when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders.
yes,
Now you're from,
Just real quick, guys. Sorry to interrupt the coverage. She was with Karen Reed when they were looking for John, and when they got to the house where John's body was found, Karen was in the back seat of her car, and she jumped out. There he is! There he is! And this woman is testifying that there was no way for her to have seen the body from where they were, and so they're trying to say that she knew the body was there before she's seen the body. And so that's what she is testifying is. And now she's super friends with the prosecution and all the people that when she was friends with Karen and John. She's a betrayer. No, I'm just kidding. It's sad. It's sad. I shouldn't
area?
joke.
well, yes, I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you
Not that
are
side.
active in the community at all?
Yes,
Sports, children?
yes, yes,
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
yes,
Did you know any first responders?
yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes,
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of five or six of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
Yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
Check.
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Boy, it was shitty out that night, man. What a night to die. Yeah, Karma, she did do a great job. I do feel like she might be a little biased at this point. But I don't think she's lying. Not even a little bit. Hey, Woma Cats.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
I mean, Karen is just hysterical.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please.
So I just want to say that I think Carrie's testimony of this is the most telling, and I think is the most accurate out of any of the witnesses' stories from the first trial now to this trial.
Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Because she's saying that Karen was running around saying, "Did I hit him? What happened? Did I hit it?"
Oh.
And I think the only reason why Karen was saying that because that was where she dropped him off at. I don't think it's prior knowledge. I don't
Sorry.
think it's covering up.
That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets, not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it. I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection? Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman.
We'll say that then. Just give him a time code.
Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
Yes, it's the prosecution. I will give a little bit more analysis too when we take a break.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Come on, buddies.
Could you please stop?
Okay.
Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray. So we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
I don't know what the prosecution's point of this is. It's all lame. He's putting the jury to sleep first thing in the morning. That's definitely not how I would prosecute the case.
Do you know where you walked?
No, I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
The coverage on the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Hey, Laura May. We need to connect, Laura May.
Stop, please.
This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue. Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Laura, I just looked for any emails I might have from you, and I am not seeing anything. Just giving you a heads up. Boy, the AP's coverage is really behind on what is truly live, like by a good 5 minutes. I wonder why that is. That's crazy.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Miss McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Dude, this is just nuts. I don't know if the other channels have a different feed, but this one is behind. I'm going to search something. But we definitely don't want to miss any for testimony, so we're probably just going to have to stay here. Just checking all the different providers for the trial to see where they're at in the coverage. Um,
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please.
no, we're up to speed. Never mind. I was wrong.
And do you know who that is on the right with the police
Uh,
officer?
That was Karen.
Except for one. There is one creator that
Do you know
is
where
a little
the
bit
cell
ahead,
phone
but I
is at this
think
point,
she's
Mr.
got.
O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
She's a big creator, so I think she's got different access to the proceedings. Yeah, I'll get you one here in a second, Johnny. I seen you said that. I was. Oh, let me get you a picture of Jen McCabe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448.
Here you go, Johnny. I mean, James. John. I'm so sorry, brother. This is Jen McCabe. And I cannot wait for her testimony. It is going to be vicious. Can't wait. How is everyone today? Let me know if anyone's got any struggles or anything, just let me know. We can take a break and but I definitely don't want to miss any of this, but I definitely don't want anyone out there who's struggling to not feel like they're gonna, burden the show with their problems.
you
That's
walking by
that's
in
what
the
we're
street?
here for.
Yes.
Okay, Sherry, I'm gonna check. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate that. Did you said knife hoarder played something that was left out? Yeah, she did, Karma. Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
You are muted.
Sorry, guys. I was listening to something. Knife board is crazy, man. Yeah, he beat me to it. I was gonna. I'm still gonna play a bunch of stuff, and that's fine. The more, the better. The more, the merrier. Yeah, we need to get on with this testimony. I don't know what I just missed because I was a little sidetracked. Are they doing a sidebar? There still is a lot of I'm trying to figure out what is I think okay. I'm going to monitor this while we hey guys. So yep, we're on day 2 of the trial. They're having a sidebar or something. I don't know what's going on. Really looking forward to more of her testimony. I don't know if they were just clearing up some things that didn't get cleared up yesterday with her testimony. I didn't see where it ended during the day. I was going to try to, get caught up, but I had to do a show on My Other's Keeper last night regarding Christian and tattoos. It was a fun show. If you guys get a chance, check it out. It was the live that I did last night with Kim from My Other's Keeper. We had a good time. How is everyone doing today? Good morning, John. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, Sherry. James Collins Cares. Good morning to you. One with Cat. Shell, how are you doing today? Boho Hobo. Good morning. Chrissy Never Newton. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Kat K became a new member today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Trying to find it. There she is. Welcome to the show, Kat K. I really appreciate your membership. I know we still got some free ones out there up for grabs. That's pretty dope. Anchorman brick. I'm just reading some of your guys' comments, see if there's anything. If you guys have any comments, just put a CCC, or if you have any questions, put a QQQ. We're dead in the coverage. Nothing's going on. Just a silly lamp. Just a silly lamp. So I know there are some. I guess what's her name? Emily D. Baker. She's, I think, just going over testimony from yesterday live, which was smart. I mean, it was smart to do that, especially that I wasn't able to cover that yesterday because I was tattooing. I was working. But I think you guys know where to go in case there's any coverage that I missed. Yeah, so basically that girl you just seen, she's testifying that Karen was off her rocker that morning, that there was no way she could have seen the body, but I think the defense will tend to that. And she really just doesn't like her anymore. I don't know if she even really liked her, but she was friends with John and John's family. And Karen reached out to her when she needed help finding John. And so, yeah, I don't know, man, but I wish this coverage would pick up today. I'm actually early. I usually don't go on till 9 o'clock. Hopefully there's a future friend of the show. His name is Cash Kelly. I'm trying to get him on or get on with him. I really like this guy. I'm gonna show a little bit of his. Let's see what Cash has got to say right now.
Not a color, not a race. The action.
He's talking about the
action.
Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf case
That's
right now.
what we got to do. We got to stop doing things for clicks and views, man. Stop saying something that's going to cause a divide that doesn't need to be caused, and it's definitely not true. There's other people at play here that's hurting behind this whole thing. And once people start to understand that, or care, not even understand, a lot of you do understand. A lot of you understand and just don't care. But for the people that don't understand and that are just have fallen into a narrative, for the people that have fallen into this trap that's been set to make you swayed in your thinking, I'm challenging you to challenge yourself to look inside, man, and see God and see this whole thing for really what it is.
He's talking about the
situation.
The race baiting
needs to be prayed for. And understand that the people that you're following and the people that you're watching, they're not doing you no justice, man. And trying to get you to think that it's anything other than a tragic situation. If they're trying to get you to think that this was racially motivated, if they're trying to get you to hate one side or the other, that's wrong. I don't hate this kid right here, Austin and the team.
So a lot of people are saying that, Austin was a racist, but his last post is remarkable.
Picture of him, this kid right here.
Before he was unalive.
Let me read this to you. He says, "Man, Austin, I'm really going to miss you. I never got the chance to actually play with you, but man, you was the greatest linebacker I've ever seen. Not only were you a role model and an older brother, every time somebody was on some BS, not giving it their all, you was always there. Austin, you made
all right,
me
Carmen, I'll see you later.
You always
sorry the show is discombobulated today.
When I was really a kitty cat. Then you tell me that you believed in me and that you loved me and that I could be great.
Yes, thank you so much, James. I'm going to do that right now.
Ever since my freshman year, when I was in your competition group and we held doors for the elementary kids, I remember you coming to me blasting Future early in the morning. That ride to school was so funny, and we ended up winning the competition, man, we were so happy. Then this year, I wasn't in your group and I had to compete against you. It was funny because every day I'd hear you yelling and bringing so much energy. You were like the light in a dark room, always lifting us up and challenging us. You were the most hardworking, tough, inspirational, and talented person I knew. We're always going to have 12 people on the field now. And then he goes on to say,
I put it in this.
He's never going to be forgotten.
You guys can go check him
And
out.
it's really
We
sad,
talk
man.
about the same things about
It's
God,
really
about
sad
the
because
race baiting.
it's not. See, we know that Austin's family is being affected by this, but all the people that Austin impacted is being affected by this. And then they get on social media, these kids, you know, they get on social media and they see people calling their friend who they know a racist. You had people putting disgusting pictures up with Austin Metcalf having a shirt on with like a blood stain on it that says FAFO. You know, and it shouldn't be that.
Yeah.
You had, and the details aren't known all the way, right? But I could tell you this. I could tell you what is known. A kid was running the tent. Austin Metcalf was in charge. Him and his brother, I believe, was in charge of running that tent. And we all know how sports go. Nobody comes to that tent unless they're a part of the team. So when you have another person show up, you know, Carmelo Anthony show up to this kid's tent where he's running it. He's in charge of this whole thing. And he tells him, hey, you ain't supposed to be over here, bro. You got to go. You know, it's a typical thing that can happen. Kids want to start stuff and get into a fight or whatever, and get into some trouble. I'm not above it. I did it when I was a kid. But when he tells him to leave, from what we understand, Carmelo ends up, you know, I guess he put his hands on Carmelo if you listen to that side of the story. And Carmelo said, you don't touch me or this is going to happen or whatever.
I heard Carmelo punched him first by a witness that was there.
When you live in a good community, these kids live in a great community.
No,
what I understand. To go to the extreme because he told you to leave.
That Austin tried to take his bag away because he said because he was threatening with a weapon or something like that. Took the bag and then Carmelo punched him and then Austin Metcalf punched him back, and then that's when he got stabbed in the chest.
And tried to grab you to make you leave, to push you out the tent that he's in charge of.
That was from a first eyewitness, a girl that's come out.
You're not a part of that team, and then you pull out the knife out of anger. You put it in this kid's chest. I don't care how anybody wants to feel about it. That's wrong. However you want to. That's not self-defense. That's not self-defense. You're at a track meet. And I know people ain't going to like this opinion, but this is the truth, man. That's not self-defense. That young brother Carmelo, bro, you messed up.
I did a whole show on how this is not self-defense.
I don't even understand what made you get to that point to where you got to say, I'm going to put a knife into this dude.
Unbelievable.
That wasn't prison. It definitely wasn't the streets. It's not gang. And it wasn't race. So what happened inside you to make you say, I'm gonna go ahead and do this evil thing, man? I don't understand it. And it is a tragic situation. And I'm praying for the Metcalf family. Yo, I'm praying for Carmelo and his family. Because something's off there, brother.
Yeah.
Something was completely off. You can't call it bullying because you wouldn't have sought it out. If it was real bullying and you was fearful of these people, then you're not gonna seek this person out, man. You're not gonna go over to the tent unless you had the intent to do what
his name is Cash Kelly.
That's just for me.
I highly recommend you guys checking out his channel. If you go over there, tell him after the bars sent you.
I would interpret
good.
It being,
If you do like his content,
in a very different way than both of these young men.
This gentleman was a January 6er. And when he came out, he just explained what happened on January 6th. And when they all got their pardon, And there's one of the guys that January 6th is running for Congress, and so we're all speaking out against that January 6er because he's trying to create racial divide. It's awful. It's awful what he's doing. But yeah, he's a cool cat. I did put a link in the chat section up a little bit higher to go check him out. He's amazing. He's amazing. He's super genuine. I really love this cat. I really do.
Grew up. It's like, I hate to think that it was something that you thought about doing before you went there, but you know, it's the only thing that in my mind, my opinion, makes sense. You know what I mean? And it's sad, bro. It is. It's real sad. And to see the people online making this into like this thing of race and, you know, tarnishing this young man's legacy that he was leaving behind with his teammates and the testimony that you hear from his teammates that are black.
Here's a link to his
Race.
channel.
It's
I'm
about
putting
these
it in
people
the
hurting because
in the
they lost
comment
a friend
section.
because another person came over there with
Okay, I
just
will. Thank you,
a
James.
different kind of mind. A different kind of mind that was prone to do something like this, and he would have did it to anybody. Everything falls apart. That's a fact. I catch y'all later.
Oh, he's done. Yeah, his stream has ended. And where are we at with the trial? The trial is dead right now. Yeah, so we're just going to keep monitoring this and see what else we can get what other kind of trouble we can get ourselves into. Let's see what's going on here. That's knife hoarder. Karen, Emily D. Baker, she's just going over yesterday's testimony. We're hoping she gets cross-examined today. Really looking forward to that. Let's see what else. Where we at? Let's see what Court TV's. Yep. Dude, what is going on? Yeah. I was trying to find a different Court TV. So we're going to monitor this one. Let's see. What can we go watch? Let's go watch something. Um Sorry, I'm just returning an email real quick. So you guys remember yesterday, I said that I was going to play, the stuff that was edited out. There's like 20 minutes that was edited out of the long con video, of the actual recording, that I have the entire recording. Knife Hoarder played a little bit of it this morning. I haven't gone through it yet because I haven't had time. So yeah, so he kind of beat me to the punch, but that's okay. We're all on the same team with this stuff. It looks like Marilyn is going to do a little something about it also, because she says, nope, it's not over yet. I'm going to try to be on with Susie. I was just confirming with her. I don't know if we're going to do that tonight, maybe tonight. But because I do want to edit out the names, if there's anything extra on it. So that should be exciting. It's basically of Reese talking about the, no matter what, we still need to push forward with the Jester stuff. And she talks about me finishing up the video, and which I did, and I played here on the channel. I haven't released it yet, but I'm going to. But I want to be able to do even more of an investigation on it, aside from what Reese's story was on that. And so yeah, so I'm a little bummed out I didn't get to do it first, but that's okay. That's okay. I shouldn't have said anything yesterday on my live. I should have just like surprised everybody with it, but that's all right. Like I said, we're all FTG here. It doesn't matter who does it. It's not like any of us are making $1 million off being able to do it first. Not even close. Not even close. Still nothing on the trial. Substance use disorder. No, I hope you were not in the con. God bless. Much love. No, I wasn't in on the con. They were conning me. Do you get that? Substance use disorder nurse says, hello, I like your channel, but Knife Hoarder put out a tape this morning of Marissa saying you would make money off the Jester stuff too. I hope you were not in on the con. God bless you. No, people need to make this clear, I guess, if we're going to be playing that section of the tape. No, I was not in on the con. I was getting con. They were using me to make Jester stuff. They weren't even telling me the story. They were just giving me a bunch of stuff, and there was no con. The Jester stuff was a separate project. I had nothing to do with any of the cons that they were doing. And you know, you need to be specific. Substance use disorder. Like, what con are you talking about? Like, they con their viewers. They do the other things. I wasn't involved in any con. I helped expose that. I made sure she played that tape. She wasn't going to play that tape. I made her play that tape. And as soon as I found out Tommy was doing the things that he was doing, I bounced and fired him from the show. Didn't let him come back to my show. So please understand all of that. But I understand your concern. I understand your concern.
Quarters back in session, you may be seated.
I had just got connected with Tommy shortly there before that. All right, here we go. More trial
Yes.
coverage. And And I have a whole audience here to tell you what happened.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
The speaking of substance disorder, also, I am going to be doing a show on shame and integrity and how that relates to relapse. I'm doing that on Saturday. So that'll be a 100% recovery show. No current events, no trials. That'll be Saturday morning. Really looking forward to doing that show. Boy, they are killing me with how slow.
Do you know where you are?
Thank you, Cliff Ann. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to just hang out and watch as much of this as we can.
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Stop, please. 6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, let's get some cross-examination going. They didn't do it last trial. So this is going to be pretty exciting. Yoo-hoo!
Your Honor, may
Go
I?
ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken
Here we go.
to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more
Thousands.
than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
Wow.
And who are the
50
folks,
times.
Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? Mr.
I
Nelson?
would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney?
Yes, for
What were
sure.
the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him?
I phoned the office asking with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm
The
sorry.
reason why
Mr.
this is all
Brennan's
important
assistant.
Okay.
is
I don't know, Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
because they're trying to form all the witness testimony
Were those meetings,
to fit a
you said
certain
there were two
narrative.
meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify,
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony
She's
on the
editing.
screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
So the judge is going to restrict something right now of his line of questioning, which is lame. I don't know what it is. I can only guess. she sees that she's keeping something, like giving the least amount of information. She's already been caught, in my eyes, she's already been caught in 2 lies, or lying by omission, and leaving some stuff out. And when I do the recap, I'll go over what those are. I'm taking notes. Yeah, it is crazy that when this witness picked up the phone and blanket from next to the body, they didn't say anything or see anything about 47 pieces of broken taillight that should have been right there. And those did not exist. They didn't exist. They came later. That's Proctor planning evidence. It's super obvious. I'm not like a conspirator. Here we go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone.
Yes,
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV.
it was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Sarah? Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his
I
patrol
do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of
Oh,
focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the
heard
background?
I heard a voice, but I
Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
no.
Okay.
Next question.
It is hard to
That's all I
hear.
have for the
It's
video.
there.
Take that
I've
down.
listened to it.
You talked about on direct examination some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes. Right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw once you got
With
to
all
the
these
hospital,
injuries, how
that
did
his left eye had
Karen Reed
swollen as
backing
well.
up into him,
Now,
hurt his
both
face,
eyes
hurt
were
his
swollen,
arm?
filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to.
He was beat up, guys.
I apologize.
He was beat up.
Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with
All right, James, I love you, brother.
Jim McKay's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which
Hey, John.
Karen
Hey,
showed you the
Kim.
back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you
Hey,
think
Kat.
I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? You see it in the.
yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
She's hostile, man. That's what we call a hostile witness. When the people testified against me at my drug trafficking trial, they were not hostile.
Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
One more time?
They were happy to do it.
Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
May
What
I?
I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing. Right?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
Just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay,
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes,
Or sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a long road, guys. Weeks and weeks of this, but we're going to try to have fun doing it. I'm just at the edge of my seat waiting for her next answers.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were 2. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. 2 individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes,
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could.
He just needs to prove that.
yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
But she
In
did.
your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever date it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Just needs to impeach her. That's all. He doesn't want to be mean about it. But he needs to prove that her testimony is being formed by the prosecution and not by her own recollection. And so when all these things are wrong, it's because the prosecution is giving her the narrative. Karen Reed is innocent, guys. I'm telling you. Unless they show us something completely new and different. I couldn't imagine being on trial for my life for something I didn't do.
I may have
The
just
times I have been on trial, I've been guilty. But you fight for lesser time, and that's why you take it to the box.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hey, Galen.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
Of Karen. There we go. Bam.
No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell
Interesting.
Ensign Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about (2023) text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway ring camera, that same ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes,
of you arriving?
yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they had the green light. You've talked. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident.
no,
Any communication like that?
no,
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
correct.
Wow. They just had a press conference.
Ultimately,
on,
you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that ring camera.
wow.
Correct.
Definitely going to talk about that later.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes,
He is friends with you.
his daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
no, well, no,
Aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert.
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there. Yes,
Was he the, excuse me, sir. Oh, I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
no, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
This isn't your show, Carrie. This is the Jackson show right now.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Look, the judge is attentive, man. She's never writing things, you know, she's watching every little thing. She's not on her phone ever.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
Yeah, about 7 o'clock. Thanks for
Following
checking.
that, the next
I mean,
day,
about
you
8
did
o'clock.
go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you
She's
also
13.
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes,
at her house
yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, 1 or 2 daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the 1 or 2 kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call
I know.
it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all
We
went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the back seat of your car.
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm interested in what he's getting at. Even I'm like, what the heck?
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be,
Mhm.
Would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others,
Just what I was just saying.
it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Just what I was saying, guys.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior.
Boho says, my friend has been in prison for 43 years. His friend killed a cop at age 17 and was convicted of the crime. My friend has been locked up for conspiracy since he was 18 with no hope. I would like to get their names and look at their case. Especially if it's a conspiracy case, I would like to take a look at it. I could try to help get them some relief with the paralegal team at Blood on the Razor Wire, where I did the interview. They do help people that are on conspiracy trials to help get them out. Your buddy that unalived a cop at 17, I mean, hopefully he'll be getting out soon if he's even has a chance to. It must have been just a horrible mistake. You know, I don't know the details, but it's awful.
Our testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking
They were
notes.
taking notes.
Pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
They took notes, I promise. I mean, I assure you.
You received a phone call.
We don't use the P word
just
here.
before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
Yes, probably recording too. Correct.
On the
Grateful.
29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
So here's the deal, guys. So they're allowed to speak to these witnesses before trial. What he's getting at, but this is what they're allowed to do. What is proper to do. can you tell us from the beginning of what you're a witness to? Can you tell us from the beginning what happened?
And there, I put a little mark by
That's
paragraph
really
5.
it.
Take a look at that.
So that's why it's proper to have all the communications and interviews with transcripts, just so it can be proven that there was no
Yes.
influence
During this
from the prosecution.
interview with
That's not what
Trooper
happened here.
Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted, and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
Interesting, but he definitely needed to get this on record this time. It's so funny that the I think those are a lot are witnesses, and I can't remember what Trooper Proctor looked like, the one that got fired. That might be him, the bald guy on the end. That's so cool. Karen gets to go to those sidebars. She's part of the defense team. She's helped form this defense. A little more. She's had a little more than a normal
Having
role.
looked at the
No,
report,
no. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Chico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what.
Thank you
those
so
two
much,
officers told
Galen,
you
for the
are
gifted
not
memberships.
fresh
Those
in
are
your mind, and
so appreciated.
nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of the patrol car. You were interviewed. That was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would look at the report of that interview?
It might.
First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh.
of the dates.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this and you remember this. And okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Answer is yes. Good girl. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean like, good.
May I have just a moment?
Good
Your Honor?
job.
Yes.
How about that? Got to be careful. Hey guys, I'm gonna put for tips and donations to the After the Bars channel. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. Only do it if you can. If you can't, that's okay too. Absolutely. I'm surviving out here. I just put it up. Someone did ask me for it yesterday because they gifted me memberships, but they wanted to
So
do
the
it
two of you drew out some sort of
a tip
timeline
for the
for you to
channel.
follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
So that's
For me
why.
to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
I assure you, if he's saying it, for the most part, I mean, lawyers do lie. But if he's saying it, he already knows the answer to these questions, or if he's asking it, he knows the answers to these questions. He is leading, but you are allowed to lead the witness on cross-examination as a defense. It really isn't leading. It's just saying like, hey, this is what happened, right? But the prosecution is not allowed to lead.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said
Oh, I
that
missed
night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her
Sorry, guys. Substance use disorder nurse asks, hello, could I ask Sammy, why didn't you put out the unedited tape about Marissa and Tommy before? I am not blaming you. I just thought you would have put it out sooner. God bless you. So how can I say this? So a lot of us, I think, including Marissa, have been in contact with Homeland Security. The agent's name was, I have a friend, Quisenberry is the agent's name. And we were asked to just keep it under wraps. I have the receipt of the agent asking me to do that. And I guess now it's a free for all. The agent did tell me that a lot of people have been ghosting him. The alleged victims have been ghosting him and not communicating with him, and that there's no crime at this point against Tommy. And but we were asked to keep the recording under wraps. But now it's just, she deleted the recording, and now we're all just drawing attention to it. And I had said yesterday, you know what? There's more to that recording. If as long as the names aren't mentioned, I was going to produce that. So that's why, and that's all pretty recent. Within the last couple of weeks was the last communication with the Homeland Security. I hope that helps you understand. And we've all been busy, creating other content. That them talking about the gestures and making money off of it. I don't know how. It does show just that's all they cared about. I don't know how grifty it is. If I'm honest, I want to listen to the whole thing again, just like with headphones on by myself, with no interruptions, I guess, so I can really get a feel for the recording again, because I haven't listened to it in a really long time. I was sick of listening to it. Reese had it. I was there to support her to release the recording. Then she tried to blame Alan for having to release it. I don't know what's going on. I think she just, used that to get a dig at Alan and Hef, which was totally inappropriate. They didn't do anything wrong, not even a little bit. So, all right. I'm going to back up a little bit too, so we can get the feeling of the question and answers.
Beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than
Quisenberry, right? I have a friend, Quisenberry.
In the house.
We ride our
Her
Harleys
sister
together.
was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise?
Thank you, True the
So
Need.
she was scribing the
Good to see you,
timeline
brother.
as you and Jennifer
Haven't
McCabe
seen you in a
were
while.
creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
she would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded to your knowledge?
We'll talk more about that
I don't know.
when this is done, guys.
The fourth time you met with police
Kim, I'll answer
was
that question.
February
I want to
2nd,
do
the
it
very next day,
and not
about
be
12:08
distracted.
p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police
Yes.
and handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Loudon, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen.
Thank
and
you.
Matt
I
McCabe.
appreciate that. I hope
So
you
Jennifer
are
McCabe was
well,
with you
and you and
yet
yours.
again,
Definitely will
just
keep
before
you
you
and your
gave
family in my prayers.
official testimony
And
under
with,
oath
add it to our
concerning
prayers.
this case
man.
and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
And we are doing pretty good.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
And here's the deal too, guys. Carrie was not a friend of all the Jenna McCabe, all that. She wasn't friends with that part of John O'Keefe's life. She was in part of a different friend group. But since the incident, she has become friends with everyone. And, they're trying to stick it to Karen, man. They really are. I think she's lying about some of the, or I don't want to say lie. Well, how should I say it? And it's not even lying by omission. Well, there is a lot of lying by omission. But if she's not asked the questions specifically, she doesn't have to answer it. But I do think she's leaving out some things. She doesn't want to present that she's been influenced at all. She knows what the lawyer's trying to do. And she was probably warned of that by the prosecution for sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
He has all their. If the prosecution or the investigation team extract information from their phones, like she just said, they handed over their phones gladly. The defense has all that information. They're supposed to, and it appears that he does. I want him to impeach her. I do. I mean, and not in a malicious way. I just I want justice to be served, and I think it's improper and corrupted that these officers are doing this to her. That's just in my opinion, and that's the side that I am taking.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in a rush. May I?
Yeah.
Take this back?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Did you, Miss McCabe, texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the 3?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the 3 of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
Interesting.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right?
Thank you, V. McWilliams.
Right?
That touches my heart, and I really, really do appreciate that. It feels good to be a good guy.
I have no idea.
It does.
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but guilty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that? He just asked her, he goes, you are I'm told to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Correct. He's setting her up for a zing zang zoomer. He's setting her up for one of these. Yeah, one of those. Hey, Danette. Good to see you. It's always good to see you, Danette.
That's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Zing zang. That's right.
And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
Hey, Willie. Hey, Willmeister. Ha. She's a bitter Betty. Dude, I was just going to say that, Grateful. I was just
Yep.
trying to fill up space. I was going to be
I
like,
didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen
Yes.
and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she
Legal Live Wire. It's all part of my jam. I mean, I live for this stuff. And you guys, I live for you.
Okay.
Yes.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of the cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded
5 browser
or
refresh.
reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I
The
wasn't sure.
location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You're as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In the
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors, not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's
I wish he'd quit walking away from the microphone.
testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about the frozen screen, guys. My internet for some reason is I must be
I'm sorry, by another.
Yes.
and now it's back.
And you were told that to lie to those.
Oh, it says my connection is unstable. I'm gonna plug in.
Correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't
Generally,
recall.
my Wi-Fi is quicker
Refresh
than
your recollection to look at a copy
the ether.
of that interview. and that report?
Sure.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, familiarize yourself with it if you don't mind. Go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, my upload and download
Do you
speed is good
recognize
right
the
now.
report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report.
Yeah, truth and heat, that would be nice. Somebody did boost the mic yesterday. The AP, Associated Press, yeah, they did boost the mic when it was low, and it was pretty awesome. Okay, here we go.
And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
Correct.
I don't know why
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
this specific point is so important to him, to Jackson.
Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw
Ooh.
McCabe on her phone.
Got it.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
Ooh, yeah. Woo! Ah, this is good, man. This is good. That's very important. Testimony at a grand jury is very, very important because an indictment from the grand jury, if it is gained or acquired by a prosecutor to get an indictment from the grand jury, and if any of that information at the grand jury is proven to be false or gained by lies or anything like that, that's it's a fruit of the poisonous tree, kind of, almost. It's almost like fruit of the poisonous tree, but basically it is. So the fruit being the indictment, the poisonous tree being false testimony at a grand jury, whatever you want to call it, hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he killed that. He killed that. The witness was with the witness was with this witness, Carrie, was with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe when they found the body on the side of the road.
When you spoke to the grand jury,
He's going to try to
refresh your
clean it up for her.
memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were
No,
you
she
trying
wasn't.
to-
Watch the form of your question.
And she wasn't, but she claimed to have knowledge that she did not have. And so he's just going to try to soften the blow, hey, but you're in good faith. You went to the grand jury and testified in good faith, not to make up anything. She probably didn't see that information as that important, of what she Googled or was asked to Googled, but it is very important. It's very important.
Questions.
Were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Sustain. Watch the form of your question.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
There you go.
When you were asked the
There you go.
question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes. Of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through, and it's to whether John's family, friends, whoever. I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you?
How many people would do that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Quick question, and then I need to rehear that question. How many people would do that? Hand over your phone. Just, yeah, go ahead. Without being like, oh, is there pictures of this, or did I text this, or, did I do a drug deal? I mean, whatever. I mean, that's my past, There was a time there would be no way I wouldn't want anyone to see my phone. Now, I would let anyone clone my phone, so I would do it. It's a trip being like that. Like I let my daughter take my phone. I'm never worried about anything that she could come across. There's nothing, inappropriate on my phone. But back in the day, I wouldn't want my best friend to see what was on my phone. Do you know what I mean? So it's a trip to be able to do something like that now. And that's probably how she's been her entire life. There's probably no P on it, the word that rhymes with corn, no, drug deals. Like I mentioned before, it just trips me out. It just trips me out that that's where I'm at today. And that people would just do that. There's nothing to hide. And yeah, I don't know. It just trips me out.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a ring camera.
Yes.
Whose ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the ring camera?
Because we knew the ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you
I was thinking
ever
that too.
asked to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No,
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
no,
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
no,
When you were being when you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
no.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes,
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
no,
Was she a party to the calls?
no,
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
I'll allow that.
no,
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
Sorry.
your independent memory?
yes,
How well do you remember it?
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
I'll allow it.
when she first called, she said, John's dead, Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No,
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house.
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You take
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you
So-
ever worn shoes in this house?
So check it out, guys.
Seen anybody wear shoes?
Jen McCabe,
You and Miss
You do
McCabe?
now.
her and Jen McCabe weren't friends before this. So the prosecutor is trying to soften the blow for when Jen McCabe comes on and Jen McCabe gets cross-examined. So basically, they're like just leaving like these breadcrumbs to Jen McCabe. And then because the jury's like, who the heck's Jen McCabe? Now I know who Jen McCabe is. Some of you guys might know who Jen McCabe is. But her testimony is going to be fiery to say the least. But they're just leaving breadcrumbs because what the the defense is going to do is say, look, you're being used by Jen McCabe, because Jen McCabe is putting putting this narrative into your head, and you're regurgitating it to us, to this trial, to the prosecution of what Jen McCabe wants to be said. Because look, Jen McCabe, if I need to remind you guys, is the one who Google searched at 2:30 in the morning, how long does it take to die in, freezing below weather? How long does it take to die from hypothermia? She Googled that at 2:30 in the morning. Karen Reed left that house at 12:30 and went home. Karen Reed was freaking out, leaving voicemails for John at 2:30 in the morning. But what was Jen McCabe doing? She was Googling how long to die in below freezing weather. So it's going to be, this is a good trial. This is a good trial for entertainment. It's a good trial, but this is Karen Reed's life.
They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the
See how
defendant
she's
take
like
her shoes
super
off?
friends with
She
her
did
now.
not.
It's
How do
just
you remember that?
weird.
Because Jen and I were
She's
standing
used,
there
though.
for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Yes.
Do you remember
Jen McCabe was
actually
at the party.
seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
I believe so.
No,
She was a part of the drinking that night at the waterfall, or whatever the name of the bar was.
The portion of the Ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that portion is missing?
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any Ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, man, this is good, man.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
This is so good. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know that. You know that little video they showed of the camera looking down and them going into the house? Everything past that is missing. And of course, there's no clips of anything before that. Strangely enough. I don't know how a jury could ever find Karen guilty with all this other stuff going on that happened at that house. And did you guys know? Wait, never mind. Here we go.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning.
Oh, you're
do you have
welcome,
a
Grateful.
distinct
Thank you for
memory of
being
it?
here.
Yes.
Thank you so much, man.
Counsel
Even
had
if it was
asked
just
you
me
if
and
it
one
was
person,
your
I would
story. Was this a
still be
story?
this excited.
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
I feel
That's what
grateful to
happened.
have 33
You wish it
people in
wasn't
here
just
right
a
now.
story?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, so recross.
Emily Baker has 36,000 people in her chat right now. Could Could you imagine that?
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that.
Yeah.
But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss
Driller.
McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
It's like being a little
Technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
And can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something?
Sorry, guys. I really can't hear the question.
How long?
Just something about how long.
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay.
She was instructed to say, I don't recall, when she just,
Thank you.
oh, she thinks it's funny. Yeah, she thinks it's funny. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
Yes.
I'd like to play.
Yeah, she doesn't, Woofy. Hey, Woofy. I don't think I said hi to you this morning.
Before this is played, is it possible we take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in and we'll see you at 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
Follow me.
Let me see real quick. I'm going to what do I want to play real quick for you guys? Let's see. What can I stream for you guys? I'm going to stream this for you guys real quick. This is a knife hoarder. and he's named this, "Oh, Marissa, what a tangled web you weave."
What an
I'm gonna share
interesting
this while
tape
I go
that
take a
was, huh?
leak. I know, it's TMI, TMI.
It's a gold mine. Yeah. Let's talk about old mud flaps, Marissa. Mom of the year. Jesus Christ. So yesterday, she goes live like she tends to do and shows off the shit she bought shopping that she doesn't do. Never shops, but always showing shit off. Fuck her. Let's just start there. But anyway, she did a real nice disservice to true victims of sexual assault, sexual abuse, domestic violence. You know, a real disservice to them. With a smile on her fucking face. That red cheeked,
Sorry about the
grimace
F word,
fucking
guys.
shaped face of hers.
I mean, I say it.
Just loves to. She comes out talking about she had this giant revelation and like this earth-shattering news, and then went to her so-called therapist, that's another lie, that's another grift, that's another con. There's no lawyer, there's no therapist. These people wouldn't tell her the things she says they do. So he or she, whoever the fuck this imaginary person is, this person fakely tells her that, there's a difference between compliance and consent. So she's all over that now. Suddenly, not only Toots, but Jeff, like, got big and bad and, intimidated her into doing things. And she talked a lot about sex, but never came out and said sex. Definitely was like, about sex and other things. See, here's the thing. The whole reason that fucking live happened and she shit all over actual victims of fucking domestic violence, sexual assault, sexual abuse, piece of shit men. The reason she shit on all them women is because she's setting up her defense just in case Johnny Law comes knocking with all these scams and cons and grifts and all the bullshit with Toots and all his fraud with his Suboxone Foundation and scamming people overseas for money and jewelry, and just in case Johnny Law comes a knocking. Well, I was intimidated. I was scared. I had to do these cons. See, like I was saying yesterday, there's something off with that tape, and clearly she edited out the parts where she looked bad. I mean, co-conspirator. Like you're right there with Toots. You're right there. You said it. You not even on the edited out shit, you said on the tape that you played that I wish you would have just told me she was a mark and you were conning her. I thought you guys were best friends. And that hurt me. Now, if you listen to that fucking tape, she talks about, it's a 45-minute long tape. She played about 30-some minutes of it, hence the edits. That's what got Toots. He edited out that 15 seconds. It's come full circle for you, Marissa. Meet karma. It's a bitch. So she talks about, well, 45 minutes ago, your decision was made, and I don't know if you've changed your mind, but we don't even have to talk. We don't have to be in a relationship. We got to turn this into cash. It's a gold mine. So like the way she presented that tape was that she went through his phone and then she had to confront him. But the reality of it is, and I hate to say anything to stick up for that Chomo piece of shit motherfucker, but he told her to fuck off. They're done. Then she hit record, started asking him about the cons. And well, since he just broke up with her and she's a fellow con artist, that's why he talked the way he did. Like, that's why he talked that way. Like when a guy's going to break up with his girl, he doesn't out all his crime in his life. What sense does why you know the person unless you're equals in the same fucking place? So that's when she hit record and then took out the stuff that made her sound really bad. Like, is she prettier than me and all that made her sound really bad, but she left that in. She left some of it in that made her look like a piece of shit that she is. But then she also took out the like, oh, this Jester's is a gold mine. Oh, but the whole premise was to save women from going through abuse, and you were in an abusive relationship and you were scared of them and they were coming to kill you and all the coming to kill you. Better. You're begging the guy to help you sell this Jester bullshit story. But that's the same guy who's going to kill you. You're so scared of him yet.
Hear an echo.
You're like begging him, like, please, we got to do this still. We got to. You still want some kind of connection to him, but you're that scared of him. Really? You didn't consent? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you consent with you, him, and Kurt? Now, I can't prove that one, at least not yet. There is evidence out there of
Okay,
the two
thank
Millers
you.
and Marissa. Who the fuck does that with their brother? Again, I can't prove it. Don't believe it. That's up to you. Like, I'm not gonna say that that's actual fact, but there is evidence out there that I'm trying to get my hands on to prove that one, because who does that with their own brother and their supposed fiance? Jesus fucking Christ. That whole family, her, the family, they're all fucked. They're all fucked in the head. Like, it doesn't, I mean, Jesus Christ. What else is there to say at this point? Like, what else is there to say? Anybody who sends them money, you get what you get.
Yeah.
If all of this shit, the tapes and the fucking lack of tapes and then the editing of the tapes and him being a fucking chomo, but he denied it for years and then sort of admitted it. It goes on and on and on. How he did unforgivable things in front of her son, and then next thing you know, she's like, wait, come on, man, we got to do this Jester thing. I've put years into this. I'm a disgruntled ex-wife and I got to have my revenge because it's a good payday. Fuck saving anybody. It's a payday. Come on. Come on. Like I said, always and forever, fuck her. Fuck Toots. Fuck Cunty Kurt. Whether they're fucking each other or not. Again, I can't prove it yet. Yet. But I can prove she edited that tape. We proved Toots is a fucking sex offender. A violent sex offender. So, a little threesome in the family. Who gives a fuck if that's true or not, really? That's like the least important of this. It just goes to show. And old mom of the year. Me. Which one? Both. But like I said, man, like, whoever sends them money, whoever supports them, fuck you at this point. Fuck you. You get what you get. Not the people that were victimized in the past. I'm not talking about the people that got conned and scammed and all the bullshit. No, I'm talking about going forward. Because there's so much out there from so many different channels. Sam is going to play the full version of that tape. The only edit to it is the names are still muted out. But with all the extras Reese didn't want anybody to hear, Marissa, whatever the fuck you want to call that dizzy bitch. So that's going to be interesting for sure. I just played the end. Like I said, that's his to, I don't want to steal his thunder, but that end was well worth starting the day with.
No, that's all right, brother.
Because always and forever, fuck her. It's just that simple. Like, these motherfuckers think they're so slick. They think they're so smart. They're really horrible at this.
This is all
they're really horrible at this. Yes, Toots has gotten chunks of money from women. He's taking advantage of vulnerable people and all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, they're pretty bad at this. If they were just sort of better, can you imagine the damage they could really do? They've done a lot of damage. I'm not minimizing it. But it could be so much fucking worse if, like, the three of them together had half a brain. It would be so much fucking worse. And they sit there with a smile. Like, it never happened. It'll go away. Will it? It don't seem like it's going away. Erasing that tape got you what? Got you bit by karma. Should have left it alone. It was old news. But you couldn't. Gotta hide it. No, make it. We'll just go on. Well, yeah. Man, so will we over here. And we'll see who wins in the end. So far, you ain't winning shit. Always and forever, fuck them guys. Every single one of them. Fuck all their bullshit, their sad fishing, their lies, their grift, their fake texter shit. Every single thing about them, up and down. There's not one good thing of any of the three of them fucks. There never will be. Well, Hot Shot Happy Dance, then there'll be finally something good. That'll be a good moment. For fucking sure, that'll be a great moment.
All right, here we go, guys. Back to the trial.
Short circuit. The bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped on the truck's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness.
I'm sorry, Ben. Yeah, Ben Baconbit says, yeah, I had to make a vid. This whole thing with all the hateful, vile comments I've been getting. what gets me is I tried to stay out of it on my channel. Geez, that's crazy. Ben, sorry to hear that, man. That really sucks, brother. All right, we're gonna get back to this. Ben, maybe we should have a conversation.
It'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess. Okay.
Up 40 minutes
All
it
rise
is,
for the court,
guys.
please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
So I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find something. Let her say whatever. I'm trying to find something. This is interesting what I'm looking at right now. Oh, damn, I can't show that's got names. They did 6 minutes, she said. Um, yeah, I'm gonna put together a show. I have to edit out some names of some things regarding the recent Tommy stuff. But anyways, let's go to the chat. They're gonna take a 40-minute break. What time is it? 11:05. What can we do? What can we do? Let's do something fun. I should probably get a hold of my wife and see what she's doing. I know she's hanging out with her friend today. Let me cut that off. Oh, a buddy of mine just... Oh, Marilyn had another show this morning. That's cool. Receipts, the internet is forever. Yeah, it is. It sure is. Bottom Alexis asking for more money. Carmelo Anthony family goes on a luxury cruise and asks for more money. Yeah, the Carmelo Anthony thing is crazy, man. I am going to do a show on what it's going to be like for him in prison. It's not what everyone thinks. Because he has claimed, let me see if I can find it. So regarding the Carmelo Anthony thing, so he has claimed in his little rich town that he lives in, these are posts from him from back in the, I don't know how long ago, but he seems to be a teenager. He's only 19 now, but do you see that gun he has, and see his hands? He's throwing up this sign right here. That is a gang sign, and it's not only a gang sign. It's not just any gang sign. It's a Vice Lord gang sign. This is Vice Lord right here. When you throw the pinky up, it's Insane Vice Lord. That is a pretty serious gang, guys. And I assure you, little Carmelo Anthony down in Frisco, Texas, is not a part of that gang. And you've seen his parents. You can tell his a lot of times these kids get into the gang because of their dads. Like in Chicago, a lot of Vice Lords, their dads were Vice Lords, and I wouldn't say their dads before that, because vice lords and GDs have been around since the late 60s, early 70s is when they were formed in the projects. A man named Larry Hoover formed the Gangster Disciples, and then their opposition, I guess I would say, would be the vice lords. So a lot of times people's dads will bring their kids into the organization, right? That didn't happen here. You've seen this dude's dad. He's a car salesman, a finance manager for car dealerships. That's not this kid. This kid is just he's pretending and having this picture out there in the world. He's pretty much claiming to be in that gang. Now, he felt he could get away with it when he was out because he's never going to run into any insane vice lords or any vice lords. But when he gets to prison in Texas, he is going to run into some of those dudes, and they're not going to take him in. Hold on real quick. Yes, absolutely. That'd be awesome. Can you shoot me your email and I will send you a link? If you think I have it, I will just search it. Oh, wait, I do have your email. Never mind. All right. Cool. We're going to have a special guest on the show in about 10 minutes. And I'll let it be a surprise. The VLs on the inside are going to, so I basically, he can get away with it being in Frisco. It's kind of not a hoity-toity type town, but it's definitely not the hood, and it's definitely not the city where those gangs reside and where he could be recruited or become a part of it. I mean, I am assuming all this, but on those I'm just assuming from what I've seen. And a vice lord really wouldn't take a picture of a gun like that. I'll take that under consideration. Mischief. Hey, how you doing, Mischief, today? I'm a fan of Tyrus. I think what's up with Tyrus? I think Tyrus was a part of that gang. Because there's lots of businessmen, some celebrities, some rappers that are a part of that organization. And so I would probably guess that he is a part of that of organization, which is totally fine. They do some good things too. Just because they use the word gang doesn't mean they're like, doing drive-bys and, beating up, random people. Okay, sweet. We'll see you soon. So yeah, we're going to have a special guest during this lunch break. She's going to talk about what she does. And I'm kind of excited. I'm going to shoot her a link to be a part of the show. Just 1 second, guys. And then I'll get back to the Carmelo Anthony. There she is. So it'll be about 10 minutes, and then she will join us. And I do need to get some water too. Yeah, so back to that. Yeah, they're not having picnics. No, I mean, maybe they do have picnics. When they get together and like family reunion type thing. But anyways, aside from that, they're not going to appreciate that. And then of course the white organizations in Texas State Prison, they're going to be waiting for him too. And if he doesn't find someone to take him under his wing, they're going to be waiting for him because of, first of all, because of all the racial discord it has caused, and because of the blatant vicious, well, I don't want to call it vicious because I think it was spur of the moment, unalivement of Austin Metcalf. So yeah, it's gonna be rough for him. And this is a crime against a child, even though he is a child himself, for the most part. But yeah, some people will have issue with that. So let me. Yeah, let me grab a water real quick, and because then we're gonna have a guest. So I want to. I just want to be hydrated, but I'm trying to think of something to keep you guys entertained. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's a different case. Here we go. We're going to watch just a recap from yesterday. I'll be right back.
Statements similar
I do.
to the statement to you.
Yes, sir.
Could you share with the jury what you remember her saying, not to you, but after
Right
she
back.
left you?
I remember hearing I hit him several other times. Again, not directed to me, just kind of off in the background. I'd like to reiterate, we were really focused on the patient at that point. We were trying to provide care.
Thank you, sir.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times, correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Sir,
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit him? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't clarify that, oh my gosh, she's running around like a chicken with her head cut off, screaming I hit him to everybody else under the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background
Right?
as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything in the background because you weren't focused on that, right?
I remember hearing a generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people, correct? You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background.
In the background.
As you focused on your patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hitters.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase, in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
Well, why didn't you say that on direct? That's kind of an important point. That's why you're here.
Again, if it was neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on re-cross-examination when Mr. Brennan is asking you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes,
And
sir.
it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of I hit hims in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you describe having heard this statement, my client was nowhere around you, correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me,
Yes.
that was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just testified that you saw him standing up in a big yellow jacket and then kneel down and start giving CPR.
I just had those waters. Oh, there they are.
But again, the clip of the video that you showed me,
Right.
that was not the segment in which she said that to me.
Damn, I lost
What
20.
you're saying now, what I'm
No,
asking is, you described the very
never mind.
distinct
Just about
scene,
10 viewers
very,
going to
very
get water.
specific scene.
Yes, sir. I remember it vividly.
She said that I hit him frame when Flamati was down giving CPR and you were kneeling down giving airway support. And
Got
you
the
were doing
love shack
CPR.
with a little love.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
And then I showed you that very
We
scene.
can
didn't
get together.
You showed me that clip.
Love shack,
prior to that.
baby. We.
I showed you the very
It's the love shack, baby. Love shack, baby. Love shack. I know water. I know water is food for me. I know it's terrible, guys. Sorry about the love shack. I just seen someone said something about the love shack. It was in their head. Was that Kim? Ben is going to sing for us. No worries. Ben is going to sing for us. Oh, I just did. Ben, I didn't know you had a channel, or did I know that? I want to have you on or come onto your show or do something. Yes, Mischief. Yeah, I don't know. But I am gonna find out if Tyrus is. If Tyrus is flashing that sign, that same exact sign, or it's probably just this, just with the 3. It's VL. It's probably not with the pinky, but either way, he probably is a part of that organization. Oh, I'm getting a little latency issues. So yeah. He's getting back at me for the disco hate. I know it. Yes. I love disco. But at the same time, I loved Kiss. Did you guys know Kiss put out a disco song? Yep. Okay, there's Ben Chow. I'm going to check it out here in a minute. Saying just the ring finger is down. Oh, on the Tyrus ones? Yeah, well then, yeah, that's I think they're called Insane Vice Lords. Okay, a sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the Love Shack. That's fun. That's cool. I told you guys my there ain't gonna be no more sweet potato pie. I told you guys that story. That is so funny. I'll have to tell it again sometime. It's pretty funny. Okay, let's do something. Ben, you don't mind if we check out your channel live, do you? Let me know. Yes or no? Holy mackerel. Wow. Exploring issues and healing, a variety of topics. How people deal with and recover from issues and hacks to help with others. What? What's YouTube creators with the exception of Chris Shelton? Please start questions with QQQ and ask it. What? Why do I not know this? Who sucks Village Easter Live? Wait, Village Easter Live. Why does that look familiar to me? Oh, and you've had Jimena on your show? Now I'm jealous because I want to have her on so bad. I haven't told her that yet, but I think she's just lovely. Oh, and I see Chris on there. Huh. Super cool. Super cool. Anytime I want to come on your show, and if you've asked me that before and I've just forgot, I apologize. I am now officially reminded. And I would love to have you on sometime for sure. That would be awesome. I think we all need to be out here helping each other grow, and providing good content, content that comes from the heart, content to help. I like that the life hack statement. I think we all need like those little life hacks. That's what I want to do the show on shame and guilt on Saturday. I want to start doing more of that, covering trials, doing current events. Yes. Yeah. I like to talk about the Carmelo Anthony thing, because I do believe there's about to be a big split on, there's about to be sides of that. And what I want to do is stay in the middle and try to just encourage people to ignore the race baiting and things like that. I'm not doing it for clicks. I don't get any more clicks on that as if I do of just sitting there talking to you guys. So there is a purpose. I do have a purpose. It's not just, me scrambling for content, but man, I'm impressed. That's cool. That's so cool. Alice Looking Glass Gateway method. Yeah, I want to check this stuff out. Love the song. Hey, Marilyn. How are you? I just seen you did a show. I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm gonna check it out afterwards. I am gonna do a show with the full recording. If my wife lets me tonight, if not tomorrow, I don't know. I keep promising all these different things, so I want to make sure I'm not over promising of the entire recording, start to finish, with just the names bleeped out. And then I want to show some screenshots of some text messages. But good job. You are killing it, Marilyn. You are killing it. And I just love watching you. I don't always comment because a lot of times I'm driving when I'm watching, because if I'm not driving, I'm either home cleaning or trying to clean. My office is a mess right now, or doing this, or, research for this stuff. But I am a fan of your channel. I just love the honest, slightly anxious way, you talk about these topics, but you do it with courage. And I just, I'm a fan. So just thought I'd let you know that. And I am going to have, hopefully, maybe Susie come on and co-host that show with me. I haven't checked my emails. Sam, I'm on the Synchronized Souls podcast on Saturday, but we'll be here when I can. If you want me to jump on and chat on Shame and Guilt. Yeah, absolutely, James Collins. That would be awesome. That would be super awesome. Yeah, Susie does the Woofy, you weren't subbed to Maryland? That's just craziness. That's just craziness. Well, you are now, and that's all that counts. Yeah, I would love to come on your channel, Marilyn. We'd have to think of something, like something for us to like that we are both like passionate about. I mean, it could be anything. It could be the topics we've been doing, or like the Tommy Reese thing. Maybe look at a different angle. I don't know. I know it's going to get old eventually, but I feel like it's been reignited since the deletion of the long con video, which cracks me up because I feel like we all just kind of were like moving on, except for the essay stuff with Brett. But yeah, it's funny. I bet you she didn't expect that. I bet. I almost said poor Marissa. and I do pray for her. I do. I don't think it's reciprocated, but I don't need it to be. I don't need it to be. Yeah, thank you, Mischief, for putting up those links to that content. It's just awesome stuff. The judicial system after reading some of the court papers. Yes, absolutely. I do have some questions for you regarding the judicial system after reading some of the court papers. Absolutely. And you know what else is crazy? Brett rebroadcasted a video, and I haven't been watching his content lately, but for some reason, I turned that on and was watching it. And when I say I haven't been, like I was up until like just a few days ago, but I missed like 3 or 4 videos. And he's talking about robbing banks and how he just did it by himself. And I have a stack of sealed paperwork from his cases this big of him cooperating with the FBI, telling on the people that he had someone rob banks for him, telling on him, and then also cooperating with the FBI before that. So there's a lot of stuff that we could talk about like regarding that. But yeah, any questions you ever have regarding the judicial system, I would love to help you with. And we can do that live, or we can do it privately, then live, however you want to do it. Yeah, that'd be super cool. The Streisand effect. What is the Streisand effect? And I do love Barbara Streisand. Do you guys want to hear the Kiss disco song? I wonder if Lord Kiss Freak knows which song I'm talking about. Okay, sounds good. And I think you have not my normal email. I think I emailed you originally before the tape came out. I don't know if you remember this, but like a few days before that tape was released, before Reese released that tape, I had reached out to you knowing that was going to be released. And I wanted to talk to you about it. I didn't know about Susie yet. Well, no, I'd been watching Susie. I didn't know you guys were friends or were like in the same community. I don't think. I just watched her video on parasocial behavior. And I was just like, I was hooked after that. But I had already been watching you because of the Allen thing. Or what, did I email you before that? I can't remember, but I think that was from a different email. But anyways, either email, I'll just search your name in my emails and find it. My normal email is insidethemindx at Gmail. Oh yeah, so Kiss disco song. You guys are gonna love this, but I don't want you guys to see me searching for it because I want it to be a surprise. Here we go. I want to find one that I can just play that maybe it's a... I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I don't know how these guys get away with playing. I hope you guys couldn't hear that. This is great. Okay, you ready? Oh, David, our special guest is here. So I'm gonna cut that off and bring her on. Hold on, let me figure this out. It's not letting me do the side by side. There we go. Hi, Galen.
Hi, Sam, in the chat. How are you?
Good. How are you? Everybody, this is Galen. You guys know her from the chat. She has the doggies and does she's an ex-veterinarian and she trains dogs to do like different kinds of searches.
Mostly HRD, human remains detection dogs, better known as cadaver dogs.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. I have one search and rescue dog, but he's retired now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good to see your face. I loved seeing the people in the chat like in person, you know, instead of like the little tiny avatar.
Yeah.
It's like it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm in my car because I was just doing dropping the dogs off and just doing a bunch of stuff. And I was like, you know what? I can call in. I can pull over and call in. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It looks like you're in a spaceship.
I have a Tesla Model X, and the entire well, I mean, probably most people know what it looks like, but it's all glass from the trunk all the way back. So until it stops about right here, and then you have more glass. So it makes it hotter than hell once it gets warm. So I have a special 3M illegal tent in the state of Washington, but I don't care. Prove it.
Yeah.
Prove it. I don't care. Kiss my hiney. And so yeah, it is kind of a pain to keep it cool in here, you know, once I go to hotter places. But yeah, I've had it for 5 years and it's great because I can sleep in the car. It has camp mode.
Oh wow.
And yeah, and I can go anywhere, and the dogs are never hot because I can keep the car at like about 63, 62 degrees, and they're never hot. So yeah.
Camp mode. That's crazy.
It's got camp mode and dog mode. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That is so neat. That is super neat.
Yeah. So, but I have about 90,000 miles on this car in just under 5 years. Yeah.
And you haven't had a problem with I mean, I know you didn't come on to talk about Teslas, but so you don't have a problem like charging ever? Oh, we lost her. No. She's still on here. Sorry, guys. I'm sure she's bummed out right now too. We lost you, Galen. Bummer. Yeah, Lord Kiss Freak is at work today. Have you guys ever seen what that guy drives for work? Oh man, she's gone. Well, I hope she calls back in. Hey, we lost you. I mean, obviously, there she is. There you are.
There we are. Yeah, you gotta live. I live in the most technology city ever, and we lose internet all the time. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. I do think well, I mean that's a whole nother, never mind.
Yeah.
I just think there's so much of it that, different for lack of a better term, like different channels cross each other.
Yeah.
And kind of like
Yeah. So but yeah, so it's a little bit about me, there's a lot more about me, but
tell us some about the like what you do on a daily for like with the dogs and stuff.
On On a daily, I would say probably 3 days a week I train. I only have one that does cadaver. His name is Remington. Yes, he is named after the firearm. That's usually the next thing people ask me is, I'm like, yes, he's named after the firearm. He is 3 years old. And so I only cadaver train him about 3 days a week because you don't want him to get overwhelmed. But you want him to stay focused.
Do you
So it's, mhm.
how do you do that? Do you do it like how do you train the scent, like with a piece of like flesh?
Yeah, real human pieces. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow.
So, but you don't start out with that. You start out with something fun. You make it a game. He thinks it's a game. It's not a job for him. He thinks it's a game.
Right.
It's all game.
Right.
So we started out with white truffle. We trained him. So you combine the white truffle with like a piece of food. And once you do that, they completely they start pairing it with that, so he's searching
Right.
for food at that point, but his face gets in that white truffle, like it's so strong. So we do that 9 months, 9 or 10 months, so he's completely paired to that. And then we add dirt. So we have dirt that we put the white truffle in. And
Yeah.
then after he's paired to the dirt, because where our cadavers, or where our dead bodies, they're usually in the dirt. Well, they could be anywhere, but
Yeah.
they're usually in the dirt. So then we start pairing. Then we throw in the white truffle with the skin. Sometimes we use teeth because it's got marrow in it.
Uh-huh.
Pretty much whatever my trainer wants. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually has these different things frozen. And so then you kind of move up to bigger body pieces and stuff. But then you start pairing it
Wow.
together because he starts figuring out in his brain that the dirt is where the human remains are. So he pairs that together. And
Right.
so then he starts really smelling the cadaver, but he doesn't smell the dirt so much. So he correlates the two together.
Right.
And at that point, he's completely off any food or any trained food, and he gets a toy. It's got a ball on it and a rope. And then we play. I throw him that, and we play, and we do tug, and he loves it. That is
Wow.
his reward. And then he
Yeah.
prances. Then he prances around with it. And this is 127-pound Rottweiler,
Wow.
and I weigh 132 pounds.
So it could just
Can't believe I just said that where everybody can hear it.
yeah,
That's insane.
you did. You were
Great.
thinking out loud, like really loud.
I was thinking
To
I
the
do that
world.
a lot. I do that a lot. I do that a lot. That's me every
Yeah.
day. I just say it how it is. You love me or you hate me. It's not in between.
Yep.
So, but I can't see the chat, so I don't know the terrible things they're saying about me, but that's okay.
No, there there is a couple questions here.
Yeah.
No,
ask
they
me,
were
ask me everything.
stuck on talking about something. I was laughing. Paula and Reese they're still like talking about Paula and Reese and there is a question from Woofy Galen. What
Yeah.
made you decide on this type of work?
This is going to be kind of a sad story. When I was 20, I was in college, and I came back from college, and I had a friend we knew each other since we were 6, and she was
Mhm.
kind of like a sister to me. And she was supposed to go to college, and she didn't. She got with a really bad guy who was kind of connected to the Hells Angels. They didn't figure out what it was, but he was
Yeah.
definitely like a biker dude. And so I was 20, I'm 55 now. So a long time ago. And she just got with this bad dude. She started doing drugs. At the
Mhm.
time that would have been meth. And I knew about it, and they tried to help her, but he was abusive. So I had just gotten back. It was the summer, and was working at an animal hospital. I've never not worked at an animal hospital, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Since I was like 17, and I'm cleaning kennels, all sorts of stuff. And I lived in a very small town in Arkansas. And so they, police officer that I had gone to school with, high school with it, came in and said, "Hey, can we speak to Galen?" And I'm like, "What did I do now?" Like, my dad was a cop. I'm like, was I
Yeah.
speeding again? Like, what did I do? You know, it's like, God. And they said, "Can we talk to you?" I was like, "Sure." So we go in a room and they asked me, like, "Have you seen her?" And I was like, "No, I haven't seen her. Like, it's been a week." And, I figured she was busy and I was also busy. So
Yeah.
they said, "Well, she hasn't been seen, in a couple of days." And I was like, "Oh, that's what happened." And
Yeah.
so 3 weeks later, of course, at that point, we knew probably something bad had happened, and we knew the guy was horrible. And
Hmm.
so a cadaver dog found her.
Wow.
And they found
Yeah.
her, I lived in the South, big, big ravines, big places. Like if you
Yeah.
got in a car wreck and they fell off, you would never, people just didn't get found for years. So
Yeah.
they found her, and her parents were not in town. She was an only child, and parents not in town. So they came and got me, and I went to the police station, and I'm the one that identified her.
Hmm.
3 weeks in the South. You got to love that. Yeah.
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 Wow.
And so I wanted to finish college. Obviously, I was in deep debt. So I wanted to finish my college, and I kind of stuck in, and I was always like, I want to do cadaver work. I really want to do that. But, I couldn't afford it. I couldn't do that. And how do you get to, it was a lot of questions, and I
Yep.
worked a lot. And I think, my husband, he's in tech,
Yep.
and he sold his company. And he goes, "I think we have enough money for you to retire and this be your charity." So we started a little charity. Yeah. And it's a
Nice.
charity that we founded ourselves, and we try not to, we don't ask other people for money.
Yeah.
We just hope the investment grows it. It's not doing so great right now. And so that's how I got into it. And that's what drives me every single day and every time we go out, because it is emotional for me. I'm very I'm tough. I'm a tough girl, but I'm very sensitive
Yeah.
too. But
Yeah.
I had to come to terms with a lot of the emotions that go with it. So when when and if he finds something and he signals, I just call in whatever law enforcement. They're out there with me. We're
Yep.
not just out there. We're not just out there looking for anything. It's all coordinated. But once he does his signal and he won't move unless I say a certain word, I pick
Yeah.
up my cell phone, the walkie-talkie, whatever, and I just call them in, and they come, and coordinates, and I just tell them what happened, what did, how long I've been out here, what direction I went to, and then I remove myself from the situation.
Yeah.
I go back to my car usually. I go back to the hotel, but I usually am in my car because I can sleep in my car. So usually back in my car, the dog goes to sleep, he's chilling, he gets his toy, he's happy.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so I usually don't know anything. Well, I know that they'll tell me what they found, a finger or this or that, a whole body, whatever. And that's all I really know at that point. And then anything else, I just keep up on social media or on the news as to what happens, because
Yeah.
it's too emotional for me. It's too much. It's really just too much. I can't be that close. I can't see the people that, the loved ones. It breaks my heart,
Yeah.
because I know how they feel. And but that's what makes me do it every single time, even when my dog's being an asshole. It's it's like because sometimes he is. He's just like, he's such a butthead, because he's only 3. He's still a goofball.
Hmm.
But that's what makes me do it. And I'm hoping to work with more indigenous tribes,
Yes. Yes.
and really
I
focus on that.
So I did do like one little, I don't know if it was a show I did on it, but I did do it like a segment, and I got a
Yeah.
lot of emails from that one show. Please do
Yeah.
more on it. And I'm really like in a hotbed. I'm surrounded by reservations where I'm at.
Yeah.
And each res has like 3 or 4 missing girls.
Yeah.
That are like big stories. And so I want to do that, but I want to do it with like respect and like some class. And I don't want it to be like I want to do it like I'm providing information instead of like just, being just another story that I'm doing to, get attention for the show.
Yeah.
I do shows like that, but I
Yeah.
definitely don't want that one to be like that.
There is a documentary, and I can't remember it off the top of my head.
I think we talked about that.
Yeah, but it's actually in Montana, and it talks about, you know, the missing girls. And the main person there is Native herself, and she does a lot of work, you know,
Mhm.
but it's really difficult because the law enforcement outside of the tribe is really, I always hate to use these words, but they're very prejudiced. They tend
Yes.
to, they just don't freaking care. You know,
Mhm.
I could use some really foul words about it, but they just don't care. And that's what angers me. Like, that's what really bothers me. And we do. Hi, Danette. She's probably enjoying the nice weather that we have in Seattle right now too.
Yeah.
You know where she lives, but it's one of those things. Like, the second one we went on was in Montana. It was up on near the border, and I went into town, and you know, a lot of people knew I was there, and obviously my dog wears a vest that, you know, has identification on it. I
Yeah.
got so much attitude from law enforcement. Like, I'd go out to eat, you know, go eat at a
Yeah.
cafe, and they were just like, "Well, why are you here? Why do you need to do this?" And I was really nice at first, you know, and then I just kind of got a bit of an attitude, you know,
Yeah.
and you know, it made me really angry. And I said, you know, my entire family's in law enforcement. You know,
I just
and
like
you know, I said they would never disrespect somebody like this, and you're disrespecting families, or just, and it's like, these are
you're
people
like
who, this is their land, like, you
yeah,
know.
it's not like you're a psychic coming in looking for missing
No,
persons or something goofy
no,
like that.
no,
Like I mean, that's an amazing tool that they should be
yeah,
like grateful that you're there. And I do believe like the law enforcement that's in the tribes themselves,
hmm,
I do believe that they do care for them, care about the missing women, but
yeah,
they are so short. Like
yeah,
they're not very their reservations here are very poor, not like the
yeah.
ones like close to Seattle. I know some
Yeah.
of those have a lot
Well,
of money.
there's the majority of them are. I mean, some of them don't have running water, you know.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of issues, and it's very political. Even, you know, the Indian Bureau Affairs, they have,
Yep.
it's kind of political within there, you know, it's
It sure
challenging.
is. It sure
But
is. I
I'm just gonna do what I can do, and that's all I can do. You know, I mean, that sounds
Yep.
sounds so ridiculous, but that's all
No.
I can do. I can only do so
Yeah.
much.
The
And that's me.
That's so cool. That is so cool. The I tattoo on a guy that's on a drug task force on a reservation,
Uh-huh.
and he was actually my old PO from years ago.
Oh, jeez.
My like 5 years ago, 6 years. But anyway, he left probation and became a special agent for in the DEA. Anyways,
Oh, wow.
he heads up that task force, and they spend a lot of money fighting drugs on the reservations,
Hmm.
but not a lot of money for like other crimes, like
Yeah.
or looking for missing persons.
Yeah.
Um,
It's, you know,
so,
it's time consuming. You have to, you know, divide your resources.
yeah.
And I don't really like to work with law enforcement. And it's not because I don't like them. Obviously, that would be like, I don't like the rest of my family, but because I'm the oddball. You know, I didn't go into law enforcement. My dad would have been really happy if I did. But
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for them. But the other thing is they have a lot of resources. You know, they have a lot of money to be able to either hire these dogs to come in, you know, or, you know, they just have a lot of, sometimes they have them on hand, you know.
Are you
Um,
asked by the family mostly to do that, or?
I have been in the past,
Mhm.
because I don't advertise it because you know, I mean, how do you even advertise that? But I reached out to a couple tribes. There's a, you know, my trainer is very involved, you know, in this.
Yeah.
He's an ex-law enforcement canine officer. And so he has some connections. My brothers will also reach out if they have a case that they think could be helped, and they will say,
Yeah.
hey, you know, here's my sister, you can talk to her. But I don't charge them a penny.
Right.
This is completely, donated time. And if I did charge, it's expensive. It's about $6,000 a day.
Yeah.
And that's because it's so time consuming. We have to figure in all the training with the dogs,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of factors in there, travel, things like that, the expense of the dogs,
Mm-hmm.
just the breeder, it's $2,500 a puppy.
Yeah.
And that's an 8-week-old puppy that is just an 8-week-old puppy. Like you haven't even started yet.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of cost involved, but we don't charge these people. We don't charge anybody, but I would charge law enforcement. I would charge anything like that. Because
Right.
because they can afford it, But I
Yep.
don't like working with them because I don't think it's a good use of my resources.
Mm-hmm.
When it can be used for people that are truly in need,
Right.
I
Do
bet
are
I'll
there
do that. I'll work
dogs?
with them.
Yeah, yeah. Are there dogs that are better at it than certain breeds better at it than other breeds? Does that make sense?
No, your dog just has to have a good nose. And you have to have
Cool.
the right training.
Yeah.
Like I have a Rottweiler. I have Rottweilers. People are like, oh my God, a Rottweiler's coming out here. They're like, what the hell? Where's
Yeah.
my Malinois? Where's my Bloodhound? Where's my Beagle or something? But any dogs can do it. I know a dog that is a Papillon, which is kind of hard to say what they are, but they're cute little dogs. They're never more than 20 pounds. That is not a cadaver, but does championship nose work, And so
Yeah.
any dog can do it if they have the right nose, and then you have to have the right training. And I got a big lecture from my trainer when we started this. He had not worked with, you know, I don't know. He called me a bougie lady. He said you're very bougie. And I was like, I can't believe he just said that to me. I don't wear fancy clothes. Like, you're lucky if
Yeah,
you
you
get me
don't
out
seem
of.
bougie at all. Like
No, I mean,
my
I'm
wife has some friends that are bougie and like they are bougie. Big gold earrings,
not.
all
Yeah,
the,
no,
Gucci shoes and all
no.
like the weird,
I have
um
my wedding ring on and a necklace, which I never take off the necklace or the wedding ring. Like I just, and I forgot my Apple Watch today. But it's like I'm just not. But he was just assuming because where I live,
yeah,
in Redmond, the whole 9 yards, and
yeah,
you pull in a Tesla. It's just like, I'm like, so I got a long lecture from him, and I was like, I can't believe Charlie, you said that to me. But anyway, and so he goes, this is a commitment. He goes, I don't, I don't care, working with you. He goes, but I want you to commit to this. I want you to, he goes, this is a commitment. Like you have to do this 3-4 times a week. You have to drive an hour and a half, up north for the training. You have to commit to this, And I was like, I'm committed. And I told him my story. And I said, I'm essentially retired. It's like
yeah,
I can focus on him and what we're doing. I said, and I'll do anything to get him trained. I'm like, I will.
yeah.
And so he discovered within the first month, he's like, you are the best I've ever worked with as far as commitment. And I
I
said, yeah,
bet.
I'm not so bougie, am I? I'm not so bougie, It's like I'm a girl
You're
from the
paving the road for
South.
all the bougie girls out there.
I know, hey,
Hey,
and
girl.
hey, girl, I love when you do that, by the way. But it's like he just thought it was thought it was bougie. So when he did that, I kind of was like, okay, I'm gonna get the best of him, and we joke a lot.
Mhm.
And so we were with when we first started training, we were with a big group of people. I mean, there was like 8 or 9, and it was just like beginner nose work. And some people were doing truffles, some people were doing it just for fun. And then we had another guy who's super famous come up to train all of us. And they said, oh, do you have a trigger word? And I was like, huh? And it's like, do you do find it? Do you do search it? But they want you to do something unique because you don't want 3 dogs out there hearing the same trigger word. And so
Right.
they're like, okay, figure out what the trigger word is. And I look at my trainer, I'm like, could you have told me about this? It'd be nice. Like I would have created something. And he goes, I'll just think of something. He's like, you're good. He goes, what do you like to do for, like, what do you like to do for fun? And I'm thinking, I'm like, ooh, go shopping. I'm like, I love that. I'm like, I love to go shopping. And
Mhm.
so oh, my Charlie looks at me and he goes, seriously, Galen? He's like, really? And I was like, yeah. And so I go out there and so, I'm like, go shopping. The people started laughing so hard we couldn't even start our like little mini search. And,
Yeah.
and when Charlie, the beefy, retired canine officer, is training him without me being present, he's like, this is so embarrassing that I have to say this. So yeah, so it's go shopping, so I
Yeah,
try to make a little humor. I've got dark humor, but I try to make a little humor out of it. So
that's
does
cool.
anybody have any questions for me? Because I'm rambling
Yeah.
on. So
Yeah, no, let's here, I'm gonna
sure.
yeah, does anyone have any questions for here we can let me remove that real quick. I was just seeing if it was on again.
Yeah, the Karen Reed trial. Oh my God, it's just never ending.
Oh man, it's gonna be good. It's already good. I mean, at
Okay.
least for me. Here we go.
Yeah.
Caitlin, did you have anything to do with any of the Gary Ridgway victims? One of my neighbors was one of them.
I've never done anything with that.
Yeah.
They're still searching for old things, but yet again, it's law enforcement.
Yeah.
If they really did want, if they really said, okay, we really, want this, but
Yeah.
they've got a couple of dogs in the area. They got one dog that just found an older lady down in Tenino. That was
Uh-huh.
murdered by her handyman, and they called in those dogs. Because majority of them know that unless it's needed or something like that, or it's really close, then I will come and
Yeah.
help. I'll definitely come and help. I mean, but it's
Yeah.
also really short notice. I have to stop everything I'm doing in my life. My husband works 70 hours a week, as you know, as a former tech guy. And so, I mean,
Yeah.
if he, I mean, he can't even like, if I happen to leave, the dogs home, he can't even like let the dogs out to go to the bathroom sometimes, because he's stuck on whatever's going on. So,
Yeah. Oh,
so I try not to do that. Sorry, Danette, that you had Ridgway next to you. He was horrific, or is horrific. They
yeah.
should have executed him, but that's neither
Yep.
here nor there. Yeah.
James wanted to know if the dogs ever find anything off duty, like on a hike, you know?
He has only found one thing, which it was really kind of interesting. He goes to a little doggy play group 2 days a week, where it's just the big dogs that are that are having fun. And
Yeah.
so I take him in, I drop him off, and it was past the weekend. It was a Monday, and so a guy that works with him like all of the time. Um, he was out on a walk with him, and Remy started weird behavior. His nose was up. He was doing this weird thing. And then he goes, there's a storage facility right next to like the doggy daycare sort of camp. It's not really a daycare, but it's a dog, it's very much like I said, it's just a couple of dogs playing together and socializing. And so then he started just walking. Well, guess what? He went to this particular storage unit and he just splatted, which is that's what we call it. Like he's just on the ground, like,
Yeah.
he sits there like a frog. I'll send you some pictures. It's hilarious. Like,
Yeah,
and
that'd be
he just
cool.
sits there. He's looking at Austin. He's like, and Austin's like, come on. He will not move. He absolutely will not move. So they call me and I'm like, huh? I was like, he's never done that. He's been there for 2 years.
Yeah.
And none of us we didn't put it all together. And when they called me, I was like, could he have found something? I mean, he didn't hear the code word or anything. So they called me and there was a guy who had committed suicide in there. And so he was in there in his car. And so
Oh, wow.
when the police
Wow.
department came, they started asking 40,000 questions.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, okay, here you go. And I actually did. I showed him. Okay, I'm like, this is real. Like he does this for like a living.
Wow. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that was weird. And so the doggy daycare still talks about that. They're like, this is insane. Every time I drop them off, we're like, okay, let's hope he doesn't find anything today.
Yeah. Let's hope he doesn't find anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Ben Bacon Bits asks, do Maligators. I guess it's pronounced Malinois.
Yeah, they're called Malinois. Yeah, I love Malinois. Yeah.
Do they make good scent dogs, or are they too intense?
They do make good scent dogs as long as they have the drive. They just have to have the drive to do it. But they are way better than they're really a lot better at search. They're really a lot better at bite work.
Yeah.
I don't have the nerve to do bite work, but yeah, Maligators, I love them. My trainer,
sounds
they get up there, they get a lot of rescue Maligators. I
Yeah.
love that. And the actual
Maligators.
trainers have mals. So, and all their mals are rescues, and they came in as complete jerks and complete dangerous, or some of them are so dangerous that their owners want to euthanize them. So they usually stay at boot camp. It's like the Marines gone wrong, and
Yeah.
they get them to where they're behaved. They get them to where they have a job.
Yeah.
And even if the job is going on a long hike, but if you give them a job, they're fine. But Mal should never be.
Oh. Oh no. The trial has. I did not do that. The trial has started back up. Let me just add this to the stage. So we'll watch that, and then we'll bring her back on, and then we'll just kind of. Okay, there we go. There you go.
Sorry.
I promise I didn't do it to get back to the trial. I swear. I was like, oh no, I hope she doesn't think. No, it was the same thing. You turned black and then you disappeared. Can I hear? I don't hear you. I heard you for a second. Oh. What happened? We'll just see if she comes back. There she is.
I am so sorry. Oh my God.
That's all right.
This is
That's okay.
terrible. If I do this again, I'll make sure I'm home.
Okay. Yeah. I would love to do a show with you if you would be down with that.
Yeah. Maybe we can do like a members only or something. That'd be kind of fun, because then I can get a little bit more, then I can get a little bit more personal and to the point.
Yep. Let's do that. And then yes, the members will get some bang for their buck. Or
Yeah. As long as everybody wants to hear it. I mean, I'm not going to just put myself out there. But if everybody
people
wants to
do
hear
it,
it,
and I bet you I could really like promote that video, and like people will check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the second thing that we've been doing, and it's just an experiment, and Sam knows all about it. I've talked to Sam about it and actually got Sam approval. We're trying this thing to train these dogs to search out the small specific cell phones that are in prisons. So I'm sure Sam can talk all about, because it's a particular cell phone. There's a couple of varieties, and they're really tiny. I'm sure everybody knows why they're tiny. But they're made out of a particular plastic. And since you can teach a dog to smell anything, if they can smell that plastic, and they're trained exactly like Remington was trained, the nose work, they're trained all the same way. You're just pairing things together. So if you can do that, you have a dog who can go in and search a prison cell, I don't even know what they're called. Anyway, that can actually go in there and do the search. So instead of drugs, because the dog would not find anything else and never been trained on anything else, just the smell of that particular plastic. Go in there and do that search safely. Do the things that officers could never be able to find, because they're functioning on their nose. Mals are good for that, and mals are also extremely driven, and so they could do like a half a prison and not get tired. You don't want a Rottweiler doing that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Rottweilers are like, hey, I did 45 minutes. I'm good. Let me go take a nap. I mean,
Yeah.
but that's just, and it's also their brain when he's working.
Yeah.
But he also did almost an hour on the treadmill at 4.3 miles an hour last week. So I'm very proud of him that.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'll send you the video. He's like, dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah, we were all laughing.
Yeah.
We're like, oh my God. Yeah, it's hysterical. So yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Kim asks, when we do the members only, could they ask for training tips?
Yeah, and as much as I'm not a trainer, no,
Yeah.
I can't. I'm more, but I can give you just like general ones that kind of we've done and things like that.
Sure.
But yeah.
Okay.
Kim, you're very nice. She says I'm awesome there.
Yeah.
I'm just a regular person. I really am. I'm just a regular person.
You say that, but
I'm a regular person that, I'm the only girl, and I have,
Mhm.
four older brothers. And so and my
I
parents
can always
decided to
tell
raise me.
women that have brothers, only brothers, mostly
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah.
I can
No,
always tell by their personality. Yeah.
my parents decided to raise me just like the boys. So
Yep.
so I'm raised just like the boys, although I'm adopted, so I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm completely different. Sam knows that story. But
Yes, I do.
I can, answer things easily, a little bit more easily on a
Let's
members
do that.
only.
Please,
Yeah.
let's do that. Like within the next couple weeks. That would be
Yeah.
so cool. I'll
Yeah.
text you like my days I'm thinking. You can let me know if that
Yeah.
worst.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
cool.
that's perfectly fine. Does anybody have any more questions? Of course, they can always just ask me questions in the chat. I'm almost always in the chat. So
Yeah. No, I don't see any.
okay.
But thank you so much for spending the lunch during the lunch break with me. That was so cool.
I'm the lunchtime entertainment.
Yeah, because I was floundering. I didn't even think to have like someone to come on during that time.
Well, it was nice
Because
because you did that with like, the little
Yep.
telethon thing. You had some people come in,
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it was, and even the other day, during the yard time, you had some people come in. So it's like, I think it's kind of
Yeah, that
fun.
was
It puts,
hectic.
like you said, it puts a little
Yeah.
personality on each one
Yep.
of us. And I think it
It
bonds us a
does.
little better together.
I think it does too.
Yeah,
I
and
surely do.
for me, I don't. I don't have like a drug addiction or alcohol. I have an eating disorder. So
Mhm.
that's my addiction. That's my. I was 305 pounds 12 years ago. So food is my drug. I get stressed, I eat food. I get, and so that's my
And
thing. That's my
if you don't
addiction.
mind, how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
Wow, that was
Yeah,
big.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
That's amazing that you did that.
Yeah. Yeah,
You saved your life.
I saved my life. Yeah, my doctor told
Yeah.
me when I came in there one day, and she said, "You're gonna die. And you're not gonna be sitting there in 5 years." And I was like, "Huh? Do I have cancer?" And she goes, "You're so morbidly obese.
Yeah.
Like I brutalized my body." And
I
so I took it seriously and made some mass changes, and a lot of it was therapy because
Mhm.
I gained the weight in about 6 or 7 years, and it was due
Yeah.
to a particular situation, which I'll talk
Sure.
about
Sure.
when we get together. But yeah, and
If you
so
want
I
to, yeah.
still every day. Yeah, I mean it is. It's just it was a particular event that happened, and I
Mhm.
didn't pick up a cigarette. I didn't pick up a bottle. Food. It's cheap and it's legal. And
Yeah.
so they figured I was eating about 15,000 calories a day to stuff my feelings. Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
that is
yeah.
a lot.
That was a lot at such a time.
And when I
Like I
was
said, I'm 54.
powerlifting, yeah, when I was powerlifting, I think the most I was eating, and I was feeding my frame. That's what I used to say. I got to feed the
Yeah,
frame. I got to feed the frame.
yeah,
Maybe 8,000, 10,000 calories, maybe at the
yeah,
most. And a lot of that was protein calories, but
yeah.
yeah, that's well, I
No,
think
all mine was junk food because I would get off of work about 6:30, And because the event that happened to me was at night, I would go home and we'll actually go through like 2 or 3 different, fast food places because I was too embarrassed to get too much food at McDonald's. And I would go
Oh,
home and just eat
wow.
myself to death. I would like eat myself and, I would, vomit and, it sounds disgusting. And I would eat more food. I just stuffed and stuffed and stuffed because I felt like, that was the only way I could cope.
Yeah.
That was everything to me. And yeah, I mean, it did. It took a toll on my body. Like I said, I'm 55, or I'll be 55 in a couple months. And since that time, after I started losing the weight when I was about 180, I had to have both bilateral knee replacements because I'd taken such a toll on my body. So both knees had to be replaced. I mean, like total knee replacements. I'm like a freaking
Yeah.
robot.
Yeah.
And then I had to have 6 pounds of skin cut off, around
Yeah.
like my, entire area.
Yeah.
And then I had to have a ton of skin cut underneath my arms. I've got I've got scars from here all the way up into my armpit because I had
Yeah.
so much skin. And this was not cosmetic. This was like literally, if I didn't have it taken off,
No,
it gets
right.
infected. It gets all sorts of gross, disgusting stuff. And I'm not perfect, but I keep things in check. I'm not obsessed with my weight, but I do get on the scale every other week just to make sure, okay, I've got that 5, 6 pounds. What happened? Oh, we went out to eat and I had one too many desserts. So I
Yeah.
keep it in check. But still to this day, when I get stressed, it is, oh my gosh, what can I eat? What can I do? It's always, but therapy, what happened? What triggers that,
Yeah.
So,
I am.
but
I
well,
dated
let's
a
get back
girl
to
who
the
had.
Karen. We probably need,
What's that?
who had that?
Oh no, I
I don't
dated a
want to
girl.
have you guys miss the Karen.
Oh yeah. I dated a girl that had bulimia nervosa, and I decided to, and this is before the internet.
Yeah.
I did a deep dive on it. I called all my friends that I knew had taken psychology classes, or a buddy of mine worked at a rehab center, and I completely deep dived it. And shortly thereafter, I did go back to school and took at UCLA. I took an extension class and got my CAC, which is a certified alcoholic counselor. But
Yeah.
but it also had the eating disorder component, and that's why I took that. And I ended up
Yeah.
working in a hospital, and I talked a little bit about that time. That's when the DSM-3R was out, the
Yeah.
revised.
Yeah.
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 But it was all because of her, because I cared
Yeah.
about her so much. And she used to eat toothpaste.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a lot of quirky things that I thought were just quirky, but then realized that she was vomiting.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a huge problem, and it's probably a little underdiagnosed, and people don't, I don't know, people just like, oh, that's not really an addiction. That's like, it's not because it's legal and it's cheap. Although food's
Uh-huh.
not very cheap right now. I got to go buy eggs, and I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take out a loan to buy eggs. But it's like,
Yeah.
there's expensive, like a dozen eggs around here are like $10. And but people just, they don't realize that it's such a problem, and you have to have a doctor who's going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's why that's like this whole, body positivity movement, which I think it's important, but they've brought it to the fact that you can be, 100+ pounds, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You should just be proud of yourself. You should be proud of yourself, but you should always think about, I'm killing myself. I'm
Yeah.
literally killing myself with the food,
Yeah.
every time I do that. So yeah, but I do that, and
Yeah.
I stay as healthy as I can, and I just have to check in. Just have to check in. So
Yep.
yeah, yeah,
Well, thank
yep,
you so much.
yeah,
I appreciate your like honesty and openness with us. I feel like there's a lot of us that would feel comfortable enough to talk about that. I think in a members only would be even
hmm
a little more intimate, and we can
yeah,
all be a little more. 'Cause I have some things that I wouldn't talk about here, but I would definitely talk about with the community. You
yeah,
know. So
Yeah.
yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that. Let's set that up.
Yeah, I mean, and I can talk a little bit more detail what happened to me, that caused a
Yep.
lot of my problem. Actually, I'll send you an email about it, and I'll kind of give you a
Okay,
heads
doke.
up. And
Okay.
it's very long email, but yeah, and we could just feel a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, I
Please
love
do.
the chat. I'm almost in there every time you go live,
I
and
know, even if
I
it's
take
just to pop in.
yeah,
Yeah.
I take you guys like dog training with me to the grocery store, the pet store. I've taken you
Yeah.
guys to the shower with me. I like put the phone there and listen in the shower while I'm taking a shower. And my husband's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm on the chat." After
Yeah.
he's like, "You are so obsessed," And
I
I'm
do
like,
the
"But this
same
is
thing.
important."
And yep, I do the same thing. And Mariana's just like, and this is when I was like with Tommy and
Yeah,
listen to Reese, and like it just
yeah,
seemed like whenever I took a shower, Reese just happened to be on, so I'd be
yeah,
listening to her while I was in the shower, and or when I go pick up Paisley, and she was like,
yeah.
"Don't you get tired of her voice?" I was like,
That's
"A
why
little
I have
bit."
an earbud, so nobody else has to hear it. It's an
Yep.
earbud. You can't go in the shower with it. That's an earbud, so nobody knows that. Like if they're just like, "Oh, what do you?" And then they'll realize it. But yeah, I just pop in
Yeah.
one earbud so I can see the rest of the world and
Yeah.
go from there. So yeah, a little, a little
That's
obsession.
cool.
It's under control. I can keep it checked. Yet again,
Awesome.
it's legal, but it's really not that bad. At least that's what I tell
Yeah.
myself. So, but well, I hope everybody has a great day. We'll do something members
You
only.
too.
And,
Yep.
I get to talk to Sam a lot. So that's good. And I
I
love
always
James
appreciate your
Collins.
time talking to me
I
on the phone
love
or whatever.
James
Yeah.
Collins cares. James Collins
Yep.
cares. I love everybody. But when I'm having a stressful day or something, I just go look at one of his shorts. And it's
Wow.
a simple looking at one of his shorts, and I may replay it several times because it's just soak in my
Yep.
brain. And I'm like, okay, that's
It
positive. I
it it
mean,
just feels so genuine. Doesn't it? It
it
just feels
is.
like
Yeah,
this man cares,
he really
you
does.
know,
Yeah.
and that's why I always say, like, if like he if I just thought like for a little millisecond he didn't deserve that title, I would say, dude, man, maybe you should lose the cares part because you're kind of bitter, you know?
Yeah.
I've never heard him bitter ever about
Yeah.
anything. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, and he has a cane corso. So I love cane corsos.
Yep.
And but I don't need one more dog that's bigger than me.
That's right.
That's what my trainer and I told him because we're doing the whole board. We started that like several months ago. And
Uh-huh.
I was like, God, this makes me tired. My shoulders hurt. This, and he goes, seriously, Galen. He goes, the dog is the same size of you, of course. And
Yeah.
it's got 4-wheel drive, of course you're tired. It's pulling you around. I was like, okay, we need to figure
Yeah.
this out. It's like, so now I
Yep.
just play a little tug and he can prance around with it. I'm like, okay, just prance around with it. So,
That's neat. That's
but
neat.
yeah, so well, we'll do a members only, but
Yep.
I've really enjoyed this. I hope everybody else
Me
has
too.
enjoyed it.
They have. They
So
have. Yep. Thank you
that's
so
good.
much.
You're welcome. Talk to you guys later.
Okay. Bye. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. That was Galen. Isn't she effing amazing? Oh man. I just when I talked to her on the phone, I just want to know more just about her and her life, and like her husband's like into tech. I'm into tech. Yeah, it's just super amazing. All right. I put the trial on pause. We're going to get right back to it. This is the mother of the victim. So this should be really good. I am going to go take another. We're going to have to come up with something that I can say when I go take a leak. Okay, I'll be right back. But I am going to start this right now while I go. Right back. of a heart attack. Hey guys, just a little trigger warning of, she's expressing a lot of grief. And I know grief, what's that word? Can remind you of grief. So there's a word for it. I just can't remember. Am I on pause? Can I get a 5x5? Oh, jeez. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna have to. Jeez. It was there before. It was the same attached thing. I don't know why she was. Oh, I know why. Hold on, I'll get it. Um, I'm just gonna close all my browsers and start from scratch, guys. It's a mess right now. I forgot because I was playing the Kiss song and everything. So I'm just gonna start from scratch, guys. Here we go. Don't worry, guys. I'll get to it. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go, guys. Nope. This is man, this is really slow. That was earlier. Sorry, guys, this is going really slow and I'm really getting upset with it. Why is everything so effing slow? Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to the beginning. Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Wow, that was a lot. Thank you guys for staying with me. I apologize.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53.
Can I get a 5x5?
Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
4x4?
50
Okay,
years?
no, 5x5. Okay.
Did you begin your family?
Don't fuck
in
around.
Braintree?
No. we
Okay,
moved to
thanks, guys.
Mattapan first. And that's my daughter was
Kim, I'm
born.
gonna kill you.
And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen,
How many children did you have?
3.
So this is the
Kristen
mom.
and John?
And Paul.
And what I was
Paul,
saying
the
earlier was,
youngest of the baby?
I just want to give a trigger warning because she is
Did you
gonna
raise your
talk about
children,
grief. She's lost a few
how long were you in
kids,
Mattapan before you
and so
moved
grief,
closer?
I'm sorry. It's not regrets, grief, but
How
it,
long did you
it
live
like
in Mattapan before you moved
brings grief.
closer?
Does that make
2
sense?
years.
And then the rest of the time?
I
you
know.
lived in
I
the
grieved
area?
for 22
Right.
years.
So tell
So
me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
but I'm okay now.
My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick
And-
is 14.
And John was
So
taking
run
care
for
of
my
these
money.
kids.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
my son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had
I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister with the other two guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes.
Begets
Okay.
grief is what I was trying to
Is it too
say.
soft?
Grief begets grief.
Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed
Just want
me.
to say I love you guys.
So I was over there most of the time.
In that
When the kids get home from
odd
school.
parasocial way, but I really do
Places.
care about you guys.
And then have them on weekends.
Thanks for hanging
They
out
have
with
a
me
break.
today.
So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And before, when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
They didn't bring the mom in the last trial.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son?
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Can't hear anything?
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
So you guys can't hear me? Sound is good? Okay. Hey, Victoria, maybe check your device. Everyone seems to be okay. I did F up earlier. So the last trial, they used the brother and sister-in-law to bring in this information about John was taking care of the kids and everything. So I think they're just going to bring in the mom and not the brother and sister-in-law this time, to bring in this information. Yeah, and there was a Aruba witnesses the last time, but they're not going to be called this time. So yeah, I'm just it's weird that they're calling in the mom this time, but I think it's just to bring in this sorry guys, I'm just and if for those of you that are wondering what the Aruba witnesses are, I'll catch you guys up later. And we're just we're seeing a different trial this time, so okay, let's get back to it.
I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mm-hmm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She says, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Wow.
So she says, I'm going to come get you and
I did-
Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says,
I
didn't
can
know
we
that.
can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because
I didn't know
the snow
that.
was bad.
I didn't know that Carrie Roberts and John went to the prom together. That just hit me. That is nuts. How did that not come up the first trial? Yeah, because she was like, they kind of knew each other and that they played soccer together. Wow. Wow. That's insane. I'm like blown away right now. And now I'm trying to like process all that testimony. Maria, I don't know about this case, but Lori's case is at the same time. I know about that one. Yeah, I had to make a decision to cover one and not the other. John, I was texting you when Woofy texted me. I'm just letting you know, brother. I just hadn't finished composing the text, but so when Woofy texted me, I just cut the text short and just let you know that I was reaching out to you. I don't know, Grateful. That is nutty. And why they're bringing it up now is beyond me too. So
In the
I
meantime,
think they're
had
covering their
called
ass.
one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there,
Yeah,
they
I'm
told us to
doing like 4 things at the same
sit
time
in
right
this
now.
room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back if I may. May I?
Yeah.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
Just loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
When
She hates
was
Karen
asking
Reed,
you,
guys.
Is he dead? Is he dead?
I mean,
Did you
it's
again ask her
understandable,
a
I guess.
question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At
Carrie.
some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And
Paul
were you
was-
with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
Carrie, his ex-girlfriend now. I mean,
I think I went home with Paul.
you generally take your girlfriend to
and I
prom.
think my
I don't know
husband
why they hid that the first
went
trial.
home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was
And-
anybody home when you got
No.
back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling.
Of course he was.
And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assume the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
We have
Did
to
you see them come back
install
down?
more sinks
No,
or
I
get
did not.
When they were
an
upstairs, what were you
approval
doing?
and have a hearing.
I was
And
trying
we're
to calm the
do that
kids.
by the end of the month.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
So sorry,
How
I
was
didn't
Patrick
realize you had an
reacting?
appointment
He
set up
was very
today.
upset
You would
once we
be the only
told him.
one.
Because he
for this
slept
week.
over a friend's house the night
Sorry to
before.
not let you know
And
sooner.
he just said, I'll never see him again.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Kim, where are you going? Have a good one, peeps. Just wanted to say hello to all. I missed the first trial and have no idea
Mrs.
about
O'Keefe,
it.
would you like to take a short break? No, it's
All right, we love you, Kim.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Oh, I got 20 things going on all at once.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hey, Maria. Yeah, I do have another channel.
That
It's
morning
called
between
Legal Livewire,
the
and I would do lives every
the
once in a
defendant and
while.
Her father came into your home. Did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
And I have been interviewed on multiple
Hugs,
channels.
Nope.
condolences?
On true crime channels, I get interviewed.
Did you ever
often.
confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
Nope.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a moment.
They're probably debating on cross-examining her. I'm sure it'll be super limited if they do.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
Ready to
Well done. And he could have asked some questions. He could have asked some questions. He had some stuff he wanted to ask her, but he's a class act for whatever you think about him. But
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5. Yeah, both on. Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17.
yeah,
There's no objection to these?
that was him doing that was a very good look for the jury.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah, it was
For a
awesome.
second.
And you can tell there's tension between Peg and Karen Reed. You know there's tension there. You could tell. Everyone in the courtroom was probably crying. But it definitely helped humanize the case with the jury. So it's pretty awesome. It looks like we're taking a break. I don't know for how long, guys. Yeah, grateful. She's got to be at her wit's end. Whoops. It jumped up. Yep, got to be at her wit's end. I can't imagine having to relive what she's gone through. Prayers for her. Lots of prayers for her. I prayed for the family yesterday. It just came to me while I was in prayer on my normal stuff. And, yeah, God's will be done. That's for sure. I just don't think Karen Reed is her nemesis. I think someone else that was in that house is, and that person could very easily be a part of the mother's life, and she doesn't know it. That's how crazy it is. So yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna keep watching and yeah, we're gonna zoom past this sidebar. Oh, they're gonna play some of the interview.
Jury is excellent. Please be seated.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
I don't know if this is without the jury.
Ms. Gilman, if you play that first
I think
one,
they did
please.
remove the jury.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that
Wow, they're
is a phone call from the defendant's father.
Do you see what they're basing their case on?
Looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so
They're
terrible.
basing their case on they're
When the
hoping that
Dayton
the
Police
jury
Department
will.
declines that ride,
assume that she's guilty when
assistance
she's
of
doing
his son
these interviews on a
and his son
certain
and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the
5-second,
hospital.
10-second statement she's
At the
done.
hospital, there are a number of comments
Sorry to
made.
interrupt,
I
guys.
think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask.
So he's arguing with the court that this clip is consciousness of guilt. Could you imagine being a jury member? You're like, what? You want me to determine if this woman is guilty, has a guilty conscience? That's hard, man. That's hard. And you know what the defense will say? That's reasonable doubt. If you have to try to figure that out, you can never know for sure. And that's reasonable doubt.
To come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And
that's right, Louise. They
go
think that
upstairs
she killed him with the car.
For 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into two cars and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt.
Maria, crazy, right?
The murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is.
Yeah, I gotta hear that again. Yeah, I mean, have you ever been in a situation where people just don't want you there? She probably picked up that vibe. I'm trying to find a good spot. Yeah. When Karen Reed says, like, I feel like they don't want me there. I mean, the last two witnesses were pretty obvious that they think she did it from the beginning. So I don't know. Yeah.
Questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow in that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason.
Yeah. Look, when Karen said in that interview, I don't think they want me here. You just heard the testimony from the mom. You could tell even then there was tension. That's basically was the second part of her testimony, was that of that contempt she felt for Karen. And look, I'm not judging how the O'Keefes responded. They responded how they responded. That's the vibe. Their vibe is their vibe. But he's just trying to argue that it's consciousness of guilt because she's saying that they didn't want her there and that's why she left. That's not made up. That's not made up. And you just showed the world that it's the vibe. So I really don't think this prosecutor knows what he's doing for real. He's grasping at straws. He thinks he's got a well thought out case, but it's not. But yeah, I might feel differently about this argument had Peggy O'Keefe just not testified. But after watching Peggy O'Keefe's testimony, I mean, you can tell from the beginning. Yeah, there's no cordialness there. So anyway, I don't know. I don't think it's a ruse. Let's continue. Let's continue about that clip being a ruse. Sorry, guys.
To take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
Thank you,
Yeah, I can't wait to hear Alan Jackson's argument
With
to this.
regard to the first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not. I don't agree with anything that Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
So
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 5.
He just wants
4 or 5. Secondly, it is.
he just wants to bring this clip in just so he can be like, look at her, look how insensitive she is. That's the only reason why he wants to bring that clip in. I assure you. Yep.
It's important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence,
That's right.
it has additional support from the previous clip.
No, it wasn't grateful.
Thank you.
And that's why they wanted in.
Clip, Your Honor. It's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client.
What I just say, guys?
Irrelevant.
What I just say?
In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified. I never said that.
Yeah.
I never said it. I never leaned over the.
They're trying to impeach their own witness.
Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Mrs. Reed, look bad by saying something.
That's exactly what they're doing.
What they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. It has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted.
How's it an admission? How's that an admission?
It's substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
Yeah. She won't let it in now. She'll wait.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
What I said, there's no way she could rule on that
May I ask
instantly.
for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
We're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying
No,
to.
I said you're,
But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it, at this point, it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in or is it going to be 5
Yeah,
minutes?
I don't think she's
Can they
gonna let
come
it
right
in. That's why she's gonna sit on it. Yeah.
Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one? as
Yes, and
exhibit?
give it to me so I can look at it, please.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And
Yeah,
if you
his-
decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
You can just
Pete
single it out
McWilliams,
and play one, right?
his buddies did.
Okay, thank you.
So the jury's gonna come back in. The reason the first clip's coming in is because they like the clip. The defense likes the clip. They're gonna let it come in. Tomorrow she's gonna not let that other clip come in. Does anyone want to make a bet? I would say I would bet a super chat, but I turned off super chats. Dang it. I didn't think about doing that, doing bets with super chats. Damn. No, but I have peed like 4 times. Yeah, that's funny. Thanks, John. Sam hasn't eaten, sleep, or pee in 24 hours. I love to see him excited. That's right. Boy, there's a lot of stuff going on in the internet right now about Shannon Sharp. Yeah. Yeah, Shannon Sharp. He's an ex-football player. He's being accused of R right now, the word that sounds rhymes with grape, and yeah, it's a $50 million lawsuit. Guess who's the lawyer for the Jane Doe? That's right, Busby. It's crazy.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
But if he's guilty, send him to prison.
Hey,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked ceiling and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I don't know, it was quite uncomfortable. I sit down on the stairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need
Yeah,
to
I don't
leave.
think
I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
her saying that John's mother was looking at me warily is an admission of guilt.
Commonwealth
I think that's
calls
exactly what happened.
Nicholas Garino.
Guys, I have therapy at 3:00. I'm just letting you guys know. Is it 3:00 or 4:00? 4:00. Good. I'll go.
Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Hey, she can take it.
Hi, stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office.
What does that mean?
Handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for break-in training was done. I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career,
Near Worcester.
at some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field? Training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation.
Sorry, guys, gotta
Did you
use the
ever
restroom
receive
again.
a specific
I never have
advanced
to go to the
degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long, like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, it's, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only 2 fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
Really?
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further
Was just
software
get 'em
you
and
would
send 'em off?
Be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through
Finding that.
extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't
I'm
say
going to
there's
fast forward this a little bit.
Say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer.
Sorry, Louise. See you
So
later.
we wait
Thanks
till
for
the
coming
phone's
back.
done,
I really
and then
appreciate
the
it.
next phone goes up.
Get some rest.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally first.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Mechanic and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the
My
phone
sleeping
and then
clock
plug
is
it into
good.
Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was,
I know. I don't know why I've been freezing up today. It's so
consent,
weird.
we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through Gray Key, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the Gray Key progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but,
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we can show it together?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
Well, guys, I don't know.
May I show that exhibit to the jury?
Is that what he said? I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out why my internet's
approach the
bad. I
witness?
do think
Show me.
that I do
Yes.
get attacked. My network does. That's why I have 2 firewalls, but I'm not running anything through the firewall right now, but I'm gonna have to set them back up. My Wi-Fi gets attacked, and I don't know if it's.
Will be the pointer, the middle
I mean,
button.
there's a lot that could be going on, but
Top button. Yep.
I don't want to sound like a tinfoil crack job.
Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says Great Key Progress Report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is
Hope my cat does not see
definition of
that.
Universal Time Coordinates, I believe.
She will flip out. She knows
so
what
you'd have
that
to
is.
minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's
She
minus
sees
5.
the red dot. It's all over.
16/10 will be noon.
I don't know, Galen. I feel like
for the
I'm
actual
gonna-
time on the 31st.
when I look at I'll
As
search
you
it
go
in the
down, device
transcript
name
later.
is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number iPhone 11, and then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Great Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have
213 space
multiple of those
modulator.
identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we had the passcode. This was the Great Key Agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the
KK
digital
Furbush.
fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that the top part
KK
here is
Furbush.
literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here is the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprints right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just 2 versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Great Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even the period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself.
I know the dishes
and 2
aren't
others
done,
have, and
and I'm supposed to be cleaning my
it's
office
also
today.
alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only
And I need
ones
to
that
go
had access were myself.
steal some money out of
and
my work safe
Director
to
Samantha Vogt. She's a
buy
civilian
some
governmental
groceries
lab.
because the checking account
And at
is
that point,
a
were
Zitcho
you
after
able,
paying rent
after there was
and
process, were you
truck
able to
payment
get into the phone?
with my YouTube riches.
No, it wasn't
But that
supported
gobbled that
by
up.
Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force in that.
Or that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No, so on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. It tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir. Need a copy? Give an extra copy of the phone. I'm going to show you 2 documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one.
Thank you.
Yep.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20 somewhere.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the 2 other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a 2-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray Key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office.
That wasn't the question. The question was, how do you know him? That's not
Extraction
responsive.
Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
I would say we do the same, essentially the same job
I
working
don't know
together.
why. I mean, I guess you just don't want to
He's in
object
your
to
unit.
every
Yes,
little
he
thing.
is.
In the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent saying from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
Of course.
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Hey, Mac.
Yes, I did.
Hey, Mac, do you want to do
when
the show with me on Friday for a little bit?
So
It's a big day. There's going to be ARCA experts,
case that I
which
can
are
create
like
through Cellbrite.
crime
Like I
scene
said, it's the exact same
reenactment
program
type
that I
things.
would be viewing.
Would love to have
if
your
I was
input
sitting
on
at my
that.
desktop and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
I'm going to,
Yes,
grateful.
it'd be
I have some
thousands of
tacos on the
pages,
way.
but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of
Yeah,
interest
and I have to
that
go
you might want?
hustle up some
For
money.
example, if you wanted just the chats between 2 people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate?
Probably going to
just
do it
those
probably about
chats
15 minutes.
and then give you all of them in a form? that
Just
you
going
could
to see
read?
what kind of
Yes,
information
so
this
you
guy's
can
got.
go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to.
Okay, Mac, I'm going to get a hold of
Cellbrite trained, so
you
they know how to use this program.
and talk about Friday.
And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor.
That is bizarre. I didn't get all that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey guys, I just put in the chat again my my tip link. If you want to give tip or donation to the channel, I'd appreciate it. You don't have to. This is free content. I just ask that you like the video and you subscribe. I'm going to see who they're going to call next, but I'm going to probably shut this down for today. I will be back tomorrow. Expect me tonight. I'm going to do something. It's either going to be the recording.
Commonwealth calls Mr.
I
Whitley.
just need to get a hold of Susie, but that's probably going to be tomorrow because I have to take out the names. So that'll be fun. And I have some text messages to share. So yeah, that'll be exciting. It's been a long day, right? But I did about 5 hours. That ain't that bad. We did 9.5 hours or almost 9 hours last week for Mischief Manages fundraiser. And that was pretty cool. I don't know who this guy is. We're just going to find out who this guy is, and then I will. Yeah, you have a great night too. Thank you so much, Grateful, for spending time with me today, and all of you. John, thank you so much.
Yes,
Wolfie,
please.
thank you for your help today.
To the jury.
My other's Keeper,
Hello,
thanks for
my
stopping
name's Daniel
in.
Whitley.
Of course,
WHIT
grateful again. John, James Collins
I'm a
cares.
paramedic with
Thank
the
you so
Seattle Fire
much.
Department. I've been a paramedic
Maria,
and
thank you
firefighter
so much
since
for
March of
stopping in. Please hit
2006.
subscribe and
Before you became
notifications so you can catch us
paramedic
again.
firefighter with the Canton Fire
I appreciate it. Galen, thank you for
work
coming on.
anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had
Let's
4
see
years
this.
full time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at
This is the other guy's
American Medical
boss
Response
that
in
night.
Brockton.
I'd like
This
to
is going to
take
be good.
us
B.
right
McWilliams,
to
thank you so much
January 29, 2022.
for stopping in.
Remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
Hopefully
What was your
everything is
role
going
that day?
okay. Everything went okay
I
at
was
the
a
Mayo
field training
Clinic
officer,
with your hubby. I believe it
working on the
was.
ambulance with, my
We've been
partner,
praying
Jason
for
Becker.
you. You're like number
Becker?
3 on my
Correct.
prayer
That
list of
morning, did you
people of
know
about
whether there was a
30.
call where a group of your colleagues went
and
to
we're just
address 34
praying for you and
Fairview?
your situation.
Were you accompanying your
The
colleagues on that
seventh
initial call?
son, Steve-O, thank you for coming
Where
in
were you at
today.
the time your colleagues
Really
left the
appreciate
building
it.
at that location?
And
I was at the
if
station
I
two,
missed
Park
anyone, I'm
Station,
sorry. I'm
on the
just
north
going
side of town.
backwards in the thing
Different
and just
station?
checking out to see who's
Correct.
here.
At some
But
point after that call,
thank you so
came
much
in
for
and was
being here
responded
today.
to, did you receive a call?
I love you guys. You guys can catch this on the Associated Press YouTube
Sometime
channel
after, I'm not quite sure exactly how
or Court
soon or,
TV.
later it was. But we
Everybody,
received
hey Shell, you have a great
another
day
call
too.
to
Thank you for
respond to that scene.
hanging out with me
As a
today.
result of receiving that
To
call,
all of
did you
you,
make your
from
way
me to
towards
you,
that location?
Yes.
have a wonderful,
Who did you go
wonderful,
there with?
blessed day.
Just me and
I
my
will
partner
see you
at that time
guys
was Jason
either
Becker.
tonight or
What type of
tomorrow
vehicle did you use to get there?
or
It was
the
an
next
ambulance.
time you pop in
What
to
was the
after the
weather like?
bars. It's
It was
been
snowing pretty
fun.
heavily at that point.
I got the
You
chills
know
a
about
couple
how long
times
it took you
today.
to
Was
get
pretty
to
excited about some
34
testimony.
Fairview?
And who knows what
Not
this
exactly,
guy's going
but
to babble
definitely
about.
longer than usual.
But
It
we'll
should
catch you
should
up
have been an
tomorrow.
8-minute drive. I'm guessing
Awesome.
10 to 12 minutes.
Drop by.
You could refer to my
Stay loud. Don't be woke. Stay wild. Stay awake. This was morning